morning. We call the City Council meeting to order at 9.
Community be a place of opportunity, peace, prosperity. Guide us as we work to improve the life of all who come up this city, especially the most vulnerable among us, the poor, homeless, sick, and struggling. Give us heart and seek justice and hand that are ready to serve. Lord, also lift up those who work tirelessly to keep our city running. Our first responder, police officer, firefighters, healthcare workers, educator, and public servants, grant them protection, strength, and encouragement as they fulfill their duties. In moment of disagreement, help us to listen, open heart. In moment of uncertainty, remind us that you are our source of wisdom and all things. May we act with humility, knowing that we serve not for our own gain, but for the good of the people we represent. O Lord Jesus Christ, bless this meeting, the work set before us. Let us be mindful of the trust placed in us to strive to lead with righteousness, compassion, and true desire to make Fresno a city that reflects your love and justice. Through intercession, St. Mary, Archangel Michael, Archangel Gabriel, and Saint Anthony, we ask, O Lord, our Jesus Christ, and our Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, to bless our assemblies, bless them. Houses of prayer, houses of purity, houses of righteousness. Let God all hate your holy name be scattered, and love your holy name be 1,000, 10,000 times, 10,000 times. In your name, O God, make us worthy to pray thankfully. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Nurse as it in heaven, give this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we give those who trespass against us. Lead us not temptation, but deliver us from evil one. Thy Christ Jesus, our Lord, forever, ever. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father. And next is the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilmember Perea. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next will be the approval of the agenda. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda?
Yes, we do have a few changes. I would like to have our translation people come to the front and announce the services they have available for the audience in the chamber.
Good morning, council members. My name is Jasmine Carrasco. I am with Focus Interpreting. My partner and I are in the back. If anyone were to need interpretation services for today's meeting. Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Jasmine Carrasco. Estamos con Focus Interpreting, mi compañera y yo. En la parte posterior de la sala tenemos servicios de interpretación. Muchas gracias. Buen día.
Thank you. And there are a few corrections that need to be read into the record. First, we have the ceremonial item that is ID 25104, recognizing FFA students from Central Unified School District. The agenda title has been updated to read Certificate of Recognition for Central Unified's Pershing Pathway Continuation High School's FFA students. Also, file consent calendar item 2M, that is file ID 25-28, regarding the First Amendment to the State and Local Recovery Fund's Econo North Apartments Agreement. The environmental findings section has been corrected, and it needs to be read into the record. It reads, on March 18th, 2022, the City Council adopted a finding of categorical exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to sections 15301, Class 1, existing facilities, and 15302, Class 2, reconstruction of existing structure. Also to be read into the record for consent calendar item 2R, that is ID 25-172, regarding the resolution declaring an urgent necessity for the preservation of life, health, and property. The title has been updated to add the following: actions pertaining to the emergency landfill gas collection and control system repairs and site security improvements at the Fresno Municipal Sanitary Landfill Superfund site, Council District 3. They also added a number 1, adopt a finding of categorical exemption per staff determination pursuant to section 15308, Class 8 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines for the remedial action project of the Fresno Sanitary Landfill. Also, for consent calendar item 2R, the following update to the fiscal impact section of the staff report will read as follows. The project is located in Council District 3. Funding for this project is available from the approved solid waste FY 2025 budget. Landfill operation costs are funded annually with 50% by general fund and 50% by solid waste enterprise fund. Also, consent calendar item 2T, that is file ID 25-66, regarding the resolution authorizing submission of a grant application for the 2025 RAISE program. The title of the grant in the staff report and resolution shall be amended. With the new presidential administration, the planning grant application name has been changed from 2025 Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity, RAISE program, and it is now 2025 Better Utilizing Investments to Leverage Development, BUILD grant program. Also, to be read into the record, consent calendar item 2CC, that is ID 25-167, regarding the Anti-Human Transportation and Abandonment Ordinance. Councilmember Perea is incorrectly listed as council president and as a sponsor for this item. The correct sponsors for this item are Council President Carbasi, Councilmember Richardson, and the City Attorney's Office. And finally, one item was removed. Well, actually, I have a couple more items removed from the agenda today. First up, we have 2U, that is file ID 25-83, regarding the resolution to approve final map of Tract 6410 and accepting dedicated public uses offered therein. That has been removed from today's agenda and will return on the February 13th agenda per staff. And then we have a few items that were moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. First, we have consent calendar item 2D, that is file ID 25-178. That is the bill for introduction amending section 10-2240A of the Municipal Code relating to the pre-removal notice. That item has been moved to contested consent for further discussion. We also have item 2K, that is file ID 25-128, regarding adoption of the Measure P Expanded Access to Arts and Culture Guidelines. That item has been moved to contested consent for further discussion. We have item 2Q, that is file ID 25-87, regarding approval of the Water System Consolidated Agreement between Three Palms Mobile Park and the City of Fresno Water Connection to serve Three Palms Mobile Home Park. That item has been moved to contested consent for further discussion. And we also have item 2X, That is file ID 25-106, submission for informational purposes of the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or ACFR. Move to contested consent for further discussion. So just to recap, D, K, Q, and X have been pulled for discussion.
Thank you, City Clerk. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? Let's start with Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. I too wanted to pull 2K.
Noted. Anything else?
That's all.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Next, we're going to go to Councilmember Maxwell.
You could put me down for 2K as well, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we will go to Councilmember Chavez. Oh, he's not here. So we're going to go next to Councilmember Richardson.
None.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Esparza.
Nope.
Okay. Council Vice President. Anything else? Anything else? Okay. Thank you. Okay. So is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? So moved by Council Vice President, seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposed? There being none, motion passes 6-0. Okay, we're going to move on to the ceremonial presentations. The first presentation will be a proclamation for the Meux home, and the sponsors are myself, Vice President Arias, and Councilmember Esparza. Hello? There we go. I rarely feel underdressed for these meetings, except for today. Come on up.
Where's your dance costume?
We have these amazing folks from the Meux home, and they are here to celebrate a milestone in the long history of the Meux home, and that is their designation on the national, what is it again? The national.
It's the National Register of Historic Places.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, as a child, I talked to you about this many times, Quentin. As a child, from when I was at Malik, we did a few visits to the Meux home, and it's one of the memorable memories I have, and I hope more kids get to celebrate that over the years and come to our downtown and see what it really used to look like. But I like that hat. Tell me about that hat. It looks very unique.
Well, this hat actually belonged to Dr. Meux. It's about 144 years old, according to the date inside of the home, inside of the hat, and it is actually made out of beaver fur, which is what they used commonly to make hats then. There was also a saying at that time called going mad as a hatter, because the hats contained things like mercury in their dyes. So this one fortunately has a leather band, so I won't be going mad.
I just want to say a couple of words. I'm fortunate enough to represent part of the city that has most of the city's historical assets, and the Meux home is one of them. So as we made a commitment for the last several years to preserve a lot of our historical assets, we've spent tens of millions of dollars in Hotel Fresno, the water tower, a few other buildings. You know, the Meux home is not left behind, and I know we've invested over $150,000 trying to make some preservation improvements there too. So thank you for keeping it alive for all those years without direct city support, and I'm hopeful that we'll continue to provide some direct support to keep this historic asset as good as it was when it was first built.
You know, Quentin, whenever I talk to you about the Meux home, and I've visited, I can see your passion really shine through. I see the passion shining through with the folks who came, you know, in uniform today as well. And so, you know, really it's a pleasure to be here to celebrate this anniversary with you all. I mean, the home is really more than just an example of beautiful craftsmanship. I think it really represents resilience and the diversity and the strength of our city, right? It's one of those symbols. It carries with it a complex history, obviously, but it's part of our history, and it's great to see it preserved, and that you folks put really your all into it, and so we very much appreciate those efforts.
Okay, let's hear from the folks at the Meux home. Are you going to talk like in the old accents and the old...
You know, truth be known, they probably didn't have much of an accent. They probably talked just like you and I. But I want you to think for a moment. You see these lovely gentlemen here all wearing nice, typical modern suits. Well, hate to tell you, gentlemen, this is what you wore to work. And in the summertime, and it's wool. Ladies, you got to wear these things, which it was very interesting getting through security this morning because, as you can imagine, there's lots of metal. And Renee actually is one of our newest board members, and having support like theirs is what makes everything possible at this Meux home. We are taking history to a new level. We're constantly coming up with new things. Linda has done a hands-on learning program for the school children, and she's actually a retired school teacher. Renee is still teaching. Maggie is one of our newest volunteers, and she's actually our textile preservationist now, and she does a great job too. The importance of this home for the community is Fresno's historic past, which Fresno has an amazing past. It's hard to think of that big gray house sitting on the corner that looks like it probably belongs in like the Addams family or something like that, or people think it's haunted. It's not. It's haunted by us because we like to keep it safe. But that home has been there for a number of years, 137 to be exact. Now also think about it. That was the high-tech home of the day because it had running water, gas, electricity, and bathrooms inside, which that was an extreme rarity. That was listed as the Fresno's most extravagant and high-tech home of the day. If you want to learn more, come and see us Friday, Saturday, or Sunday from 12 noon till 3.
Thank you. We're going to present to you this proclamation that in a moment the clerk is going to read on the record. And we just want to thank all of you for being here, for really dressing up, and this was fantastic. And thank you, Linda, for what you do. It's because of what people like you do what they do that I was able to grow up with the Meux home and understand what it meant, this community. Thank you. City Clerk.
Whereas the Meux home located at 1007 R Street in Fresno is a remarkable example of Victorian residential architecture dating back to 1888. Constructed by Dr. Thomas R. Meux, a former Tennessean who became a Fresno resident, the home represents an enduring piece of Fresno's early history. Dr. Meux selected the corner of Tulare and R Streets as his home site, establishing a residence that has since become a prominent historic and architectural landmark. Whereas the Meux family occupied the home continuously for 81 years, from 1889 until 1970. This period reflects not only the family's legacy, but also the preservation of an almost unaltered Victorian residence. Dr. Meux utilized the home as both a family residence and a medical practice, significantly contributing to Fresno's medical community as the president of the Fresno County Medical Society in 1896. And whereas, in 1970, after the passing of Dr. Meux's daughter, Ann Meux, the city of Fresno acquired the property in recognition of its historical significance. At the time, the Fresno Bee heralded the Meux family long occupancy as establishing the longest individual residence in one of Fresno's oldest dwellings. And whereas the Meux Home Corporation, a nonprofit organization, was subsequently established to oversee the museum's operations and ensure the preservation of this historic treasure. Since its addition to the National Register of Historic Places on January 13, 1975, the Meux Home Museum has remained a testament to Fresno's heritage and an invaluable historical and educational resource for residents and visitors alike. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, look forward to celebrating this milestone and commemorating the significant anniversary with the Meux Home. We now recognize the Meux Home in the city of Fresno.
Thank you so much. Our next proclamation will be for Despierta, Valle Central by Vice President Arias.
Hola, Lupita. Buenos días. Pásenle. Gracias. ¿Sí tienen, Lupita? Déjame abrir. This one. Council, today I have the honor of recognizing one of the matriarchs of our Latino community. And at times, folks ask me to explain the prominence of Lupita Lomelí and Arriba Valle Central, which is a Spanish language program that's been around for more than 35 years. And the best way I've been able to summarize it is, think of the reach and influence of Oprah with the quality of programming and education of PBS in the Latino community. And that's exactly what Lupita Lomelí has done for decades in this valley. Everybody wakes up to her in the morning. Everyone listens to her. Everyone seeks her guidance and advice before they hit the fields to harvest the crops of our Central Valley and to get to work every morning. So I did as a child. My mom still does today. And if you're not talking to Lupita, you're not talking to a Latino community. And you'll be surprised how many English speakers still watch Lupita in Spanish, because the quality of programming, the quality of education, the quality of outreach that she has been leading. And Univision, as much as I like and don't like so much corporations, they've been a great partner. And I know there'll be some changes that we'll be meeting with the executive leadership team on to ensure that Univision does not lose its community outreach role that they've played for the Central Valley for so many decades, especially now when the Latino immigrant community is under attack. We need vehicles and platforms that provide direct, factual, accurate information that allows people to get to work safely, obtain the resources they need, and provide for their families. So it's my honor to be here as a first-generation immigrant, as a listener, as a fan, and as a son to a mother who holds you in high regard. And to this day, she tells me not to go on your show unless I've been practicing my Spanish, because that apparently is a problem. When you're around Lupita, she tends to be as good as they come in the Spanish language profession. So gracias, Lupita. Here you go.
I don't know how to follow that, but I'm so honored and so moved. And, you know, I have always viewed you as someone that is so important for our community. I'm always around you because I know that he's where he's needed. So I'm also a big fan of yours. And I just want to tell you that there's nothing more important to me and all to my compañeros here. There's nothing more important than to serve our community. I live my life by saying it's a privilege to serve that community. And our community needs you more than ever. And we're here. We're not going anywhere. We're going to help them. Is that right, Lily? So thank you so much. I'm truly honored, and for the first time I can't speak. But thank you very much, and thank you to all my co-workers that have been standing right by me. Without you guys, we wouldn't have accomplished, Jose and I, what we have accomplished. And thank you for your support and everyone's support. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm privileged. I'm honored.
Thank you, Lupita. And just one last word before the city clerk reads a proclamation. Some people don't appreciate this, but Univision has more viewers than all the English platforms put together. And they have that because they've built the trust over decades. And when you have trust, viewers come. And when you have viewers, loyalty follows. And it is my hope that Univision will continue to protect that loyalty and the trust that they've created with the Latino community, because as we all know, they need us now. And this is the time for us to step up and continue to step forward for them. Gracias, Lupita.
Whereas Despierta Valle Central, formerly known as Arribas Valle Central, has been a beloved and trusted Spanish-language morning show that has served as a cornerstone for many communities in the Central Valley since 1990. And whereas Despierta Valle Central has been a household staple and a vital source of news information for 35 years, covering topics such as health, education, voting, employment opportunities, immigration, and road safety, thereby empowering and informing Spanish-speaking residents. And whereas they have also provided cultural content to the Spanish-speaking residents, regularly featuring a wide range of entertainment from local singers, bands, folkloric groups, internationally known artists, and promoting community cultural events. And whereas the impact of Despierta Valle Central extends beyond the screen, evidenced by the countless lives it has touched and assistance it has provided to many families through the trust and respect it has earned from the Latino community. And whereas the city of Fresno recognizes the significant contributions of Despierta Valle Central in entertaining, informing, and empowering the Central Valley, and we express our deepest gratitude to the longtime host, Lupita Lomelli, the co-host, Pedro Santos, Seira Vasquez, and Jose Anaya, and the entire Univision team for their dedication and service to the Fresno community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Fresno City Council and Mayor Jerry Dyer, do hereby proclaim the 30th of January 2025 as Despierta Valle Central Day in the city of Fresno.
Great. So our next proclamation will be National Human Trafficking Prevention Month, and the sponsor is Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to welcome our friends at the Fresno EOC Sanctuary and other guests to come on up and join us for the presentation of this proclamation. Come on down. Okay, so we are, this January is Human Trafficking Prevention Month, and this is really, unfortunately, a proclamation that we do on an annual basis, because on an annual basis we need to bring awareness to this critical and serious issue that really occurs throughout the world, but right here in our community. And that's really where we have all the ability to make a difference when we stand together with the advocates, with folks who are on the ground, to make a difference in the folks of these lives who are being trafficked. And so I want to welcome all of our friends here who are doing to my left and to my right, who are doing the very, very hard work, the very, very tough work. I think we, in a lot of ways, as much as we think we see trafficking sort of on a first-hand basis throughout the city, I think there's a lot of it that we don't see. A lot that these folks standing up here with me are privy to and are helping those victims work through. And so I really want to take this time to thank you all, each and every one of you, for being out there, for making a difference. I always say that government really only takes us so far, and it's tremendous partners like yourselves that are really truly making a difference and filling those gaps, those stop gaps where government can't, or where government comes up short. And so it's really, again, a pleasure to have a partnership with you all to make sure we're doing the very best that we can to prevent human trafficking here within our specific community. And again, we do this proclamation every year, but it's important that we continue to bring awareness to it for folks who may not have heard. And I know for those of us who kind of live in this space and work in public service, it's an everyday sort of discussion for us. But you know what they say, and that's that if you just at the moment you're tired of saying it over and over and over again, that's the first time someone else may be hearing it for the very first time. And so it's important to continue to do this proclamation and to bring awareness where we can. But I've spoken enough. I'm not the expert. I do have, to my left and to my right, experts from many different organizations, and I wanted to hand off the mic to them as well.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ariane Pauls, and I am with Fresno EOC's Central Valley Against Human Trafficking. Each year, we recognize January as Human Trafficking Awareness Month here in Fresno. As a community, since 2009, Fresno has always been quick to support this anti-trafficking movement, reaching out to receive training on red flags and learning where and how to report, which is all extremely vital to identifying survivors. I would also like to, one day, not need to come back to this event. I would like to hear that one day there is no longer vulnerable people being exploited for profit. Human trafficking is not just an anti-agency issue, it's a community issue. When a survivor flees a trafficker, they're not being rescued by us. The definition of rescue is to save someone from a dangerous or distressing situation. And further definition is distressing to someone that can cause extreme anxiety, sorrow, and pain. When that survivor calls the hotline for help, they're the ones who have made the active decision of saving themselves. When that survivor comes into our offices for access to services, they're not asking to be saved from a trafficker. They're asking for resources that would keep them from going back. They're asking for food because their food stamp benefits won't last throughout the month. They're seeking shelter or temporary permanent supportive housing because the 4 other programs they reached out to are full or at capacity. They're reaching out for employment because they have a record associating with their trafficking experience and can't find a job that will pay them a livable wage. They're asking for substance abuse counseling because they need those substances to survive their trafficking experience. They're asking for immigration relief because the American dream that they were promised was met with exploitation of labor. What can our community do to prevent trafficking? We can continue supporting marginalized communities that are most vulnerable to trafficking. We can listen to survivors, and not for the shock and awe of their traumatic experiences, but listen to the expertise of walking through the systems in the place that both, walking through the systems that have both helped and failed them. Employ survivors, just as they were when
Solamente como ellos estuvieron cuando
veterans. That gap of employment tells a story. I am grateful to be a part of a community whose anti-trafficking organizations are always seeking collaboration to best serve identified survivors. We invite the community to join in our coalition to learn about how to serve our survivors from a trauma-informed, client-centered lens, and to brainstorm on preventing future survivors from ever existing. In closing, I want to express my deep gratitude to the City of Fresno for standing with us in this fight. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. I do want to present this year's proclamation to you. And I know we have other various organizations, Centro La Familia, Breaking the Chains, and others. Forgive me if I forgot specific names. But again, Central Valley Justice Coalition. You know what? We have time here. There's no rush. Let's. If you would just I'm going to pass the mic around and just sort of say which organization you are representing, since it really is a team effort.
So yeah, thank you. So I'll make it quick. So thank you again to everybody who has joined us today, and of course to the city. And so a special thank you, I think, is really important to the Central Valley Against Human Trafficking, represented by Fresno County EOC, who hands down is the organization that has diligently for over a decade made sure that these proclamations are happening, not only here in the city of Fresno, but throughout all the different cities and counties. And so a special thanks from Breaking the Chains to you guys. And I'll pass this on to the Central Valley Justice Coalition.
Just say where we're from? So we're from the Central Valley Justice Coalition, and our lane in the human trafficking or anti-trafficking movement is prevention and education. So that's what we focus on, is trying to reach out to youth, parents, and caregivers and educate them before they are recruited for exploitation.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Martin Rodriguez, and I'm with Centro La Familia Advocacy Services. And together, we all work together with many different combos and aspects to provide assistance to our survivors of trafficking. So what we do at Centro La Familia for our survivors who have been exploited sexually or have been labor exploited, we provide assistance with restraining order assistance, court accompaniment, and humanitarian relief for those that don't have status in the United States and have been a victim of this crime.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lerma. I work with the James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center. I'm a victim witness advocate, and I work with human trafficking victims. I work closely with the community, with Breaking the Chains, Central La Familia, and EOC, and I'm just glad that we're all here today.
And of course, Breaking the Chains. So we are a direct service provider, emergency housing, shelter, combo of pretty much all of that. And thank you, guys.
Yes, thank you all for, let's give them a round of applause. Clerk, if you would proceed with reading the proclamation, please.
Certainly. Whereas January is designated as National Human Trafficking Prevention Month, a time to raise awareness about the various forms of human trafficking, support survivors, and educate communities on these urgent issues. The goal is to empower individuals to recognize the signs of trafficking and take action to help prevent it. Whereas the Fresno EOC Sanctuary and Support Services Central Valley Against Human Trafficking Project provides vital resources that promote self-sufficiency, restore dignity, and aid in the recovery from trauma for survivors. To date, this program has identified and assisted over 2,100 victims of human trafficking in our local communities. And whereas the International Labor Organization estimates that there are approximately 50 million people trapped in modern-day slavery worldwide, with 1 in 4 being children. It is reported that 80% of human trafficking cases involve sexual exploitation, while 19% involve labor exploitation. And whereas the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children estimate that 1 out of every 6 endangered runaway youth is at risk of being trafficked for sex. And whereas the U.S. Department of Labor has identified 204 goods from 82 countries that are produced using forced or child labor. Human trafficking generates billions of dollars annually, perpetuating the exploitation of millions of people across the globe. And whereas the City of Fresno acknowledges the need for increased awareness and accountability in addressing human trafficking, recognizing that this grave injustice affects individuals from all walks of life. Today, we stand united in the fight against human trafficking in all its forms, wherever it may occur. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Councilmember Nelson Esparza, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the month January 2025 as Human Trafficking Prevention Month in the City of Fresno.
Okay, our next ceremonial presentation will be Certificate of Recognition for Central Unified's Pershing Pathway Continuation High School's FFA students, and the sponsor is Councilmember Maxwell.
Alrighty, if I could get all my Pershing Pathway students to join me at the front, and I'll come meet you up there in just a moment. All right, well, good morning again, everybody. You've all heard the saying, the Central Valley is the breadbasket of the nation. In Fresno County, we feed the entire United States of America. Agriculture today and historically has been the backbone of our local economy, our local job force, and to a great extent, a big part of our local identity, which is why it's so important that government and community create pathways and pipelines for young people that want to get involved in agriculture and agriculture science to have the opportunity to do so. And that's where FFA, biology and chemistry, they learn about the business and the tools of the trade, but they also learn about leadership skills, interpersonal skills, communication skills, so that when they graduate from high school, not only are they ready to enter the field of agriculture, if that's what they want to do, but they're ready to be the leaders of tomorrow. They're ready to become business owners, they're ready to become educators, they're ready to become scientists, and they're ready to become public officials. There are so many amazing opportunities, and these kids have achieved so much despite everything that they've had to go through. And so we have a little special something for them here today, but before we present that, I want to hand it over to the coach to brag a little bit about the team and talk about some of their accomplishments, the importance of FFA, and what it means to them. Coach?
Well, thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. My name is Colin Parker. I'm the FFA advisor and agriculture teacher at Pershing Continuation High School. I have the privilege of teaching these amazing young people and so many more back at our school, ag biology, chemistry, leadership, as well as facilities management skills that they can go and use in the agriculture industry. We are very unique in California. There are only 2 continuation schools in California that have a comprehensive agriculture program, and Fresno Pershing FFA has been serving Central Unified students since 1996, alongside Fresno Central FFA. Agriculture is, as you mentioned, a strong part of the Central Valley and of Central Unified School District. These students have done so much, from our landscape displays at Fresno Fair, growing our chapter, to having multiple teams going out to compete at events, speaking contests. Students who may have been shy, may not have been comfortable speaking in front of people, are now willing to take the step forward, lead their chapter, stand up in front of their peers, and show them what a leader looks like. And so I can't be more proud of these young people. I love them all. They're amazing to work with. So it is an honor to receive their FFA jacket. I remember receiving mine, my Fresno Central jacket, in 2012, and I know they are all thrilled to have their jacket with their name embroidered on it. It's a sense of pride and a sense of belonging in the FFA that is just, it cannot be understated just what it does for a young person to have their own FFA jacket. So thank you, Councilmember Maxwell, for this contribution to our chapter. It is amazing. It is so impactful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate you. Thank you, sir. And then would the president of the club like to say a few words? You want to talk a little bit about your experience with the FFA, what it's meant to you, and what the journey's been like?
I've been doing FFA for about 2 years now. It's an amazing program, and it's actually a really good honor to be here today to get recognized, especially from our school. We don't get we do get recognition, but not that much, and especially for FFA. It is a fun program. A lot of these students in the beginning did not really know each other, talk to each other, and now we're just all kind of one big fan group. It's really fun, and honestly, I've really enjoyed my experience with FFA. It's helped me speak. I was always shy to speak. Now, if you would ask me, I'll be the first one up there to speak and say something. So it's really honored to be here today.
Let's give a huge round of applause to these kids up here. In the Central Valley, obviously, we're very proud about our agricultural roots and backgrounds. But I'm also really proud of the 10 students standing up here behind me. They've put in so much work throughout the years to be where they're at today. They've, again, entered competitions. They've done community service. They've learned all different sorts of skill sets to be where they're at today, and they truly are the leaders of tomorrow. So as a small token of appreciation and to show how honored we are to have them here today. You all see the beautiful jacket that Ms. Flores is wearing here today. A student is able to get their FFA jacket. So my office was proud to partner with Central Unified to ensure that all the students here today receive their FFA jackets. So at this time, I'm going to administer the jackets to this latest cohort. And lastly, we have Sakura Raimundo. Congratulations. One more round of applause for these kids. We also have certificates of recognition signed by the City Council and Mayor Jerry Dyer, not just for the students and their amazing accomplishments, but also for the coach for all the hard work that you've done to train these young people up and make them tomorrow's leaders. So congratulations again, everybody. All right, we're going to line up here, everybody. Get some of you over here on this side, and we're going to do a group photo, okay? Let's get a couple of you down over on this side of the aisle. Everybody's jacket fits okay? All right, everybody show off those nice jackets. Stevie, scoot in just a little bit. All right, congratulations, everybody. Our office could be further up, or if you ever want us to be involved in anything, reach out. We'll do this kind of stuff. So thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you guys.
So I'm just waiting for it to load up. That was a great job, Councilmember Maxwell. Congratulations to those students at Central Unified. Next, we have Fresno Animal Center presents Pet of the Month. The sponsor is the Animal Center Department, and we will have our city manager lead us through this. Georgianne, really? You're gonna make us all cry? Look at this little guy.
I know.
Or girl.
Girl. So we have Beverly here today. And Beverly is a 6-year-old pit bull mix, and she has a very sweet personality. She works well on a leash. She is very mellow. Apparently, she can be a little shy when meeting new people, but she warms up quickly. She looks like she's had some babies recently. Yes? Well, I don't know. I'm not a veterinarian, but maybe in her previous life. I'm the armchair veterinarian. So anyway. Hi. Hi, baby. Hi. She's very sweet. Anyway, as you know, we have loads and loads of animals at the Animal Center, and encourage anybody who is interested in bringing home a pet to check into the Animal Center and see if you can adopt one of ours. I know her adoption fee is waived. She is spayed, she's vaccinated, and she is microchipped. So I would encourage anybody who's interested. I'm going to hand it over to the ladies here to give us a little more information. Here you go.
So I know we said Beverly is a pitty mix, but I believe she might be more of a lab mix, actually. Maybe a little bit pitty in her, but she looks very lab to me. Like we mentioned, she is very mellow. She does well in the car. She's a really sweet girl. Like we said, she's a little bit shy, but she has done so well. She was sitting, waiting patiently for her turn. She is spayed. She's ready to go home today. Her adoption fee is waived. Like City Manager mentioned, we have tons of animals in our care. All of the adoption fees and reclaim fees are waived right now. Licensing fees will apply, but otherwise we want to make it as easy as possible for you to take home a a new furry friend or to reclaim yours if you've lost yours. We also offer free microchips for City of Fresno residents. So we are hosting a free microchip clinic right now until noon, so you can come stop by and get a free microchip. But if you can't make it, we also do them during our normal business hours for city residents. We are open every day except Thursdays and federal holidays from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Thank you.
Great, thank you, ladies. Anybody, any takers, go on down to the Animal Center. Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much, City Manager. That was great. Highlight of our meeting. Okay, next we're going to have scheduled hearings and matters. The 9:15 a.m. item was continued to the February 27th meeting. So we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent item? And as a reminder, pulled items will be heard immediately after consent.
Council President, are you going to do reports?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did miss that. See, I'm like Ron Burgundy. If it's not here, I won't do it. Yes, reports and comments. We'll start with District 1. Councilmember Perea, do you have any comments?
Just a few, Council President. Thank you. First, I want to just start by saying that I'm pleased to report that the Master Tax Sharing Agreement Subcommittee was automatically dissolved on December 20th, 2024, following the final adoption of the Master Tax Sharing Agreement by the County of Fresno. Resolution 2024-041, which established the ad hoc subcommittee for this task, specified that the body would dissolve automatically upon the adoption of the Master Tax Sharing Agreement between the city and the County of Fresno. The agreement was adopted by the City of Fresno on December 13th, 2024, and finalized by the County of Fresno on December 20th, 2024. So again, just want to thank my council colleagues, Council President Carbasi, as well as Councilmember Maxwell for their diligent efforts in helping us to get to that point. Additionally, my team and I have been actively engaged all over District 1. We're sharing information about upcoming projects in the district, upcoming events. So if you're not already doing so, please go ahead and follow us on social media just to stay up to date with the latest and greatest happening all over District 1. Next, I want to thank the City of Fresno, the MLK members, Subcommittee District 3, for all their hard work that went into making the MLK Walk a success. It really was inspiring to see so many people, especially the youth, participate in the walk and subsequent events surrounding the MLK celebration in our city. And lastly, but not least, I want to congratulate our District 1 Business of the Month. That is a local art gallery across the street from Trolley Park called A Sense of Place. It's located at 2003 North Van Ness Boulevard. It's a beautiful small business who displays art from local artists, all mediums from acrylic to glass blowing. It really is a fine display of what our local talent has here in our wonderful city. So congratulations to our Business of the Month. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. Next, we're going to move on to Council Member Richardson.
Yes, sir. Brief comments. I'd just like to point out and commend the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care for their execution of the biannual point-in-time count, which is taking place this week. This is an effort of hundreds of volunteers going out into the community and essentially performing a tally count, survey, and resource delivery for all those experiencing homelessness around Fresno and Madera County. Homelessness is not a cause in and of itself. It is an effect of a mental illness crisis, substance abuse crisis, domestic violence crisis, trafficking crisis, and housing crisis. So they are taking active steps. Myself and my team have joined, taking active steps to figure out exactly the scope of this problem so we can implement realistic, responsible solutions and get them the help that they need. So thank you very much. I just want to commend the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care for their ongoing efforts to fight what is one of the biggest issues in our community. That's all.
Thank you, Council Member. Next, we're going to have Council Member Esparza.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Just a few updates. Very excited to share that our city crews are hard at work beautifying the medians on Peach Avenue. That's between McKinley and 180. So let's ask residents to have some patience as our public works team works to bring these needed improvements to our community. It's been about a week or so ago, week and a half ago, I had the privilege of joining our community for the annual MLK festivities and celebrating the life of the Great Reverend. Specifically, was able to attend the garlanding ceremony as well as the march on the actual Martin Luther King Day. It was a great time to honor the life and legacy of Dr. King and appreciate all the work and efforts of those who helped to bring us together for those festivities. Additionally, we'd like to congratulate the organization Firm on celebrating 31 years of service to our community. They're one of our proud nonprofits located within District 7. And for over 3 decades, their nonprofit has been making really a meaningful impact by empowering individuals, providing crucial support, and strengthening Fresno. So we thank them for their dedication, and their hard work has really made a difference for folks and refugees coming to Fresno. And lastly, really exciting update. I had the opportunity this last Saturday to attend the grand opening of a brand new business over on Cesar Chavez Boulevard. And you've probably seen it online or on TV. It's the grand opening of a coffee shop called Con Azúcar. And for those of you who may not speak Spanish, that translates to with sugar. So they serve delicious coffee, delicious pan dulce pastries. And so it's a wonderful new addition to our community, and congratulate them for opening up their vibrant new business and right within our community. And Council President, that will conclude my remarks for today.
Thank you so much, Council Member. Next, Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. A quick thank you to my neighbors in the Tower District. We had our neighborhood meeting on Monday of last week. It was a good turnout, some very good feedback around some public safety concerns in the area. Thank you to the Police Department for attending, as well as the activities that they've been undertaking in that area. We, of course, have seen a huge increase in the amount of cars being broken into in my block and every other block in Tower District as it relates to some of the unhoused activities in the area and just general crime. A couple of other comments I'd like to make. I do want to address, Council President, if you, City Clerk, can you put up that photo? As we have an item on the agenda today that I didn't pull because it will be just for introduction today, but for discussion next week, our next council meeting. This is a photo of that was taken by myself on Monday while I was attending the press conference on the unhoused. As you can see, it's the Clovis Transit Roundups van dropping off folks at the Tetsi Wills Community Center in the Tower District. I read some comments around, the intent of the council to try to hold jurisdictions accountable. I just wanted to inform the council and the general public that over the last few years, our residents have done a really stellar job of taking a lot of photos up and down the city and the districts, particularly where we have documented evidence of Clovis Community Hospital, Clovis Police Department, Kingsburg Police Department, Ridley Police Department, Madera, and others dropping folks off in our city streets, dropping them off in the downtown hospital when they easily have a hospital in Clovis, things of that nature. We've, over the years, had conversations with some of those institutions. So as we discuss this item in a couple of weeks, I wanted to just bring it to your attention that these activities have been taking place in the district for quite some time, and I think we're going to have a much more context-filled conversation around this. Every year when the warming centers open up, we literally get folks transported from the neighboring communities into the warming centers, and the rationale is that the county doesn't operate warming centers and the respective cities don't operate warming centers, so they get bussed in by family members, by organizations, by municipalities into our facilities, and we have always welcomed them and provided them as much service as we can, but it has been a strain on city resources. So just wanted to point that out, that this kind of activity has been occurring for years and continues to occur. Lastly, I wanted to address the chaotic, disorganized, and inhumane immigration rates that have been taking place over the last few weeks in the Central Valley and in the city. And what I really just want to point out is that, this attempt by the administration to
under the umbrella of public safety, in my view, is simply an attempt to distract us from what's really taking place. And as a city, I don't believe we will be distracted, nor will we be dissuaded from helping our immigrant families and neighbors, as we have for generations, beyond this administration. But I do want to point out that we do see some very contradictory things occurring across the country. As they engage in disintegration rates under the umbrella of public safety, calling immigrants criminals, they've also pardoned convicted criminals that assaulted police officers. We also see the farmers that funded and supported President Trump's election begging Latino leaders to ask us to get their undocumented workforce back to work as their citrus rots on the ground. We also see Congressman Costa and Congressman Gray voting to eliminate due process rights of the immigrant community. We also see the federal government attempting to defund community-based organizations that serve all the poor citizens and non-citizens. But more importantly, what I'm hoping we all see is the recent Republican House tax plan. That tax plan includes eliminating the child care deduction for all Americans, eliminating the mortgage interest deduction for all Americans, counting scholarships received by our kids to attend the university, hard-earned scholarships, as income, making it taxable. That plan would be the largest increase in taxes to a middle class in our country's history in order to fund a corporate tax cut that's already the lowest in the world. That, in my view, is the real agenda of this administration, is to rob us blindly as they distract us with inhumane, disorganized activities that impact the most vulnerable and the poorest in our country. And it is my hope that those who supported the Trump administration's election have now learned that it probably was not in their best financial interests. And as they look to further rotting harvest in the fields, that they recognize that making immigrants the public enemy of the state is in nobody's interest. Ultimately, we are the breadbasket and the food basket of the world. If those of us who claim that they voted for him to reduce the cost of groceries, get ready, because groceries are going to sky high in prices when there's nobody around to pick them. And I can assure you, as an immigrant myself, I won't be stepping into the harvest fields to pick that crop, nor will most of my colleagues or most of my residents in the city. So with that, I just want to reassure our immigrant community, we may not be engaging in a back and forth public debate on everything that the administration does, but it doesn't mean that we're not self-organizing, that we're not supporting, that we're not providing them the resources. We will continue to do so, and we will not be distracted or dissuaded by any chaotic activity at the federal level. Ultimately, and I do appreciate Mayor Dyer's position, that this city will not weaponize our police department, and we will not burn the trust that we built. Immigrants are taxpayers, undocumented immigrants are taxpayers, and they all have a right to due process and to the laws of this country, irrespective of what Congressman Costa and Adam Gray vote on. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. We're going to move on to Mayor Manager reports and comments. City Manager.
Thank you, Council President. Wanted to update you all on a small deviation that we are going to be implementing on our warming center operations. When we passed the resolution in 2023 and we established the 72-hour notification, that was based on our real lived experience the year prior of having difficulty staffing the warming centers. As we know, they're community centers staffed by Parks Department staff, and having Parks Department staff work graveyard shifts, we were running into problems. As a matter of fact, several of you volunteered to help staff the centers, and we thank you for that. So 72 hours was what we needed to be able to staff up. Since that time, we have contracted with Poverello House to staff the centers for us. And we had conversations with them and obviously both our janitorial company to see if we can mobilize faster. So at something less than a 72-hour notice. So we did find out late yesterday that we are able, with the POV staffing force, to mobilize for a 48-hour notice. So I am going to go ahead and move forward with a 48-hour notification instead of 72. We cannot do anything less than 48-hour notice. We just can't get them ready to be staffed and then turned over, because as we know, and as Council Vice President Arias noticed, those centers are very, very heavily used by our senior citizens and by our youth. And we have to not have programming for youth after hours at the centers that we use for warming centers. So we don't have any days below 35 degrees coming up within 48 hours. I just checked TJ just checked the National Weather Service for me, but moving forward, we will start looking forward 48 hours, not 72 hours notice. So I just want to let everybody know that. We'll make sure our communications plan is clear. Also, we will be highlighting that, the mission also operates a warming center. And obviously attendance, sometimes it's full, sometimes it's not, depending on the weather. But we will also make sure that folks know that that is an option as well. So I just want to make sure you were all aware. I know there's been a lot of interest in that. And as long as the POV can mobilize on that 48-hour turnaround, we're happy to go ahead and do the notification that way. If any of you all have any questions, feel free to reach out, but I thought this was a good opportunity, since I've got you all here in public session, to let you all know that. And that was all I had.
City Manager, if I may, Council President, I want to say thank you for the adjustments that you've made, but I also want to caution you with, I'm sure we will get some people complaining that 48 hours is not enough for somebody to gather their stuffs and attend a warming center when they are open. There is no perfect medium I have found, but I also want to be very crystal clear with the public and the residents. I'm not going to be supportive of expanding warming centers based on third-party advocates suggesting it. I'm going to do so based on the demand of these warming centers being full. They come at the cost of terminating services for seniors and for the youth. And the youth of this city and the seniors and the elderly who receive their meal programs, their arts programs, their socializing programs also deserve to have these community centers operated on their behalf. So we are trying to balance out the needs of seniors and the elderly and the youth, recreational, with the emergency needs of the unhoused, but it can't be based on the loudest voice. It has to be based on the demand. And I have yet to see this last couple years an overwhelming demand for them. And so when we get that, I'm open to making the conversation about expanding additional spaces or expanding service hours and days. Thank you.
That was all I had, Council President.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Okay, we are going to now move on to scheduled hearings and matters. Again, the 9:15 item has been continued to February 27th, but we do have two speakers, one scheduled at 10 a.m., and that's Amrita Meza. Are you here, Amrita? I believe you're coming right up. Okay. Good morning, welcome, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing us to speak today. What I want to talk about today is basically, I handed out the handouts to each and every one of you of my project plan, and I think it is a very serious problem, not only in Fresno, but in a lot of areas in the United States, homelessness. And I want to try to speak to 3 key points. One is that I see and I hear, I work at the, as a volunteer, as the Showers of Hope, and we allow them to shower and get food, and we offer prayer, and try to get to know them and see what their needs are. And I have been hearing from the homeless crowd that, number one, they don't feel that we're looking at them as actual citizens of Fresno. They are feeling like they're second-class citizens sometimes. And when they go and do the raids of the areas, they basically go from one area to another. It's if you take away their tent, you're taking away their home. And if you're going to do that, we have to balance it with finding them a home. You take away their tent, that's their warmth, what little warmth they can get. And I made mention of the weather situation here in Fresno being, pretty brutal in the summer and the winter. And my heart goes out to them. I think we need to have more empathy. I think we need to have more compassion. And I think we need to make more awareness. And that's my other key point. We need to make awareness known. And what's going out there is outside of, it's crazy. I hear a lot of crazy stories. And the other thing is, I've also heard from the homeless that when they get arrested, they often don't get their properties back, whatever they have in their pockets. Or I'm not sure if they're also referring to the tents that they are trying to survive in. So, we really need to buckle down on housing, temporary housing. That's the other key point that I want to bring out. We need to have temporary housing until we can get them to a place where they can go to a program. And my project plan deals with including the church. And there's a lot of rules that have to take place there. But with the church involved, if they can serve as mentors, if they can serve as counselors, if they can serve as a beam of hope to them, then they can try to imagine their life, what it would be like once they begin to do the transition. But we need to have good programs out there for them. A lot of times they're just in a turnstile. They go to one place for shelter.
Thank you so much, Armida, for speaking. Your 3 minutes are up. No problem. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Reba Morris. Reba, are you here today? Oh, great. Come on up. All right. Come right on up, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Basically, I'm going to piggyback on what she said. I hope you guys got the letters and are thinking about community when we're talking about the homelessness, because they are a community. Hi, my name is Reba. I wrote everything down today so I could go direct to the 3 minutes. I am on the Showers of Hope team, Cornerstone. I also was a face that was homeless, but God didn't want to stop here with me. Being homeless, He wanted me to help serve others that are outside in the cold, are displaced in the weather. It was a mother that was a wage earner of a household, or a father that lost his truck driving job and became homeless. There is a time that we need to help our community, and the time is now. And this time, through prayers and showing up to serve, we get to meet people like our IRS men that worked with the IRS come in to Showers, where we offer them clothing, food, and hope. That man was the man that lost everything. I could remember him. I recognized him from going to IRS. He lost everything, and out of no means, he became homeless, and he showed up at our Showers of Hope. So I'm remembering faces. Yes, there are sons and daughters doing drugs out here who are homeless, and we can refer them to rehabs. But we need homes for those that are homeless, such as families that are in need of a home. So we are asking for homes away from communities that do drugs, or lands, buildings, houses that can be rehabbed and outsourced. Also, the opportunity to work with our city to make our community one that offers shelter for those that look like me, look like you.
Thank you so much. That is your time. Yeah, thank you very much for being here today. Thank you. Next, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent item? And as a reminder, pulled items will be heard immediately after consent. Council members? There being none, we're going to take public comment now on all consent items, including contested consent, these items, as well as closed session items. So would any member of the public like to speak on items on the consent calendar or on contested consent? If so, each speaker has 3 minutes. I do have some cards here. Please, when you come up, identify the item you will be commenting on at the beginning of your comments. So first, we have Rex Heim. If you would please come on up. Good morning.
Good morning, Council President, Council members, and staff. My name is Rex Heim with WECA. I'll be speaking on item 3A today, the Community Workforce Agreement Annual Review. I do want to start and thank you for having these reviews as part of the process to allow a window for the public to see how this is actually working for them. You're going to hear that there have been 96 projects underneath the Community Workforce Agreement, totaling roughly $989 million, almost $1 billion, and 80,000 hours of work on these projects. Due to the 2023-2024 numbers that we've seen, we are sitting at roughly a 25% local hire for all of these projects on $1 billion. So only 20,000 hours of the 80,000 hours that have worked on these projects were done by our local workforce on almost $1 billion worth of work. We only have 25% of that staying in and benefiting our community due to the CW Day. Promises were made and they are not being kept. You may have all thought this agreement would benefit everyone based on what you were told, but the proof is in the pudding and here today. The CWA does not benefit the local workforce, shown by the numbers that we presented, or the taxpayers. Discriminating against 85% of the local workforce has caused projects to be behind time and over budget. You have heard directly from local contractors that they would not partake in your projects solely due to the CWA. Due to the fact that it doesn't help local workforce, the taxpayers that are funding these projects, I have to sit here and ponder who the CWA is actually benefiting. The common sense solution would be to allow for all qualified bidders to bid on your projects without any government mechanisms that tilt the scales against the majority of the industry by not allowing contractors to utilize 100% of their local workforce, whether that be journey workers or apprentices. The common sense solution would be to get rid of the CWA and allow for all local workers to benefit from these projects and use the most bang for your buck when you're using the taxpayers' dollars for your projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Aaron Bird. And Aaron, please, when you come up, you have 3 minutes and identify the item you're here to talk about. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Erin Bird, and I'm with Arts Enrichment for All. I'm the Executive Director, and I will be talking in regards to 25-128, the resolution of the expanded access to arts and culture.
My apologies. That item is on contested consent.
Oh.
I will call you back up when we hear that item.
No worries.
Thank you very
so
much. Thanks, Erin. Next, we have, forgive me, McPherson? Sean McPherson?
Yeah, I guess I'm up here for the 25-143. We're just kind of back in Reba and Armita's play. Yeah, my name's Sean McPherson. I've been unhoused for 12 years now. I stand before you today to call attention to the way Fresno County has handled the homelessness or the homeless situation. They have not only criminalized our status, but have tricked us into self-incrimination by exploiting our basic human needs. The county has set up a system that exploits our basic human needs as they use them as tools to track, restrict, and punish us. Instead of addressing the root causes of homelessness, they're using legal loopholes to trap us into a cycle of fines, arrests, and surveillance. The real cause of homelessness is the lack of affordable housing. The number one cause of homelessness is not addiction, it's not even mental health, it's the lack of affordable housing. Yes, addiction and mental health affects some of us, but if everyone were sober and stable tomorrow, still wouldn't be enough affordable homes or housing, so criminalizing us, it doesn't fix anything. Homelessness is a status, not a crime. Make no mistake, this is a modern-day vagrancy law. They are punishing us not for anything we have done, but for who we are in this moment. Think about it. If I were being punished for being gay or just for being black, there would be an outrage. Yet punishing me for being homeless, something I cannot change overnight, is somehow acceptable. This is a violation of our constitutional rights under the color of law, and it's unjust, unethical, and unconstitutional. Trust is the key to trust is the key to real rehabilitation. If Fresno County wants to rehabilitate people, then there must be a substantial amount of trust between the people in need and those providing the services. How can we trust a system that has tricked us into this situation, and use our basic human needs, our natural needs, to do such? I urge Fresno's leaders to rethink their approach to address the homelessness. We need more affordable housing, because without homes, rehabilitating us is pointless if there's nowhere to live. You know what I mean? And voluntary services without coercion or without strings attached would be nice, and we've got to stay diligent in finding real solutions, not punitive measures disguised as help. The system as it stands is not working, and if trust isn't rebuilt, it never will. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. We're going to go back, and I'm going to ask you to come right back up again, sorry. Erin, thank you so much for being here.
Oh, no problem at all. Would you like me to restate just?
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks.
My name is Erin Bird, and I am the Executive Director of Arts Enrichment for All, a local nonprofit that we have here in town. And I am here to speak on item 25-128, which is the adopting of Measure P expanded access to arts and grant guidelines. So I first have to say, I want to say thank you to not only City Council, Fresno Arts Council, and the PRAC Committee for all of their hard work that they put in to Measure P. I know that it's been a huge project, and bless you, and something that I am so grateful for. When the new guideline recommendations came out, I went through them, and I had a problem with one specific guideline, because it is not in alignment with the cultural arts plan and the community voices. So when we go back to the guideline that's being recommended, is that Measure P funds cannot be used during school hours for the youth. Now, if we go back to the cultural arts plan and we look at, under the goals section, recommendation 3.3, inside recommendation 3.3, it states the strategy is to build partnerships with school districts to promote and provide continued educational arts and cultural programs. So that's one. Then we go on to recommendation 3.4. The strategy is to track participation, demand, student success rates, and effectiveness of school day and after-school programs as a means of identifying community needs. Then we go on to recommendation 5.9. Address time barriers, limiting access to arts and culture. The strategy was to make grant funding available, to expand operating and programming hours to include participants of all ages. By limiting this, why are we saying we're going to take away where our community is, where our youth is, where our parents are relying on for arts education to get the expanded access? Our schools cannot do it alone. They can't. In our community, I can go on, but there is not enough for our schools to be able to do all of the things alone. We have to be partners in our community if we want our youth to have all of the opportunities. What we do right now for our youth and our community, we will see the fruits of the labor over the next 20 years because they will be active, productive members of our community if we invest in them now. So by taking away that one simple line, by making that one small change, it will affect thousands of youth and parents.
Thank you so much, Erin. Next, we have Bob McCloskey. If you can please come up and identify what item on the consent calendar or closed session or contested consent you're speaking on.
Microphone on. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm speaking on item 2D and 2CC. My name is Bob McCloskey. I'm a board member of the Fresno Community Alliance. I don't consider myself a third party when it comes to addressing the unhoused. These are my brothers and sisters. Hello, folks. If you could not have side conversations, I'd like to have your attention, please. Thank you. We do support 2D, those of us that go out there and interact with unhoused folks and give out stuff and food, blankets, etc. Because it gives people the guarantee of some notice. The number one reason why people don't leave when they get notice is they have nowhere to go, let's face it. 2CC, I hear what Miguel's saying, you know, if Clovis is trying to bring people over here, really, yeah, they should be held accountable. Most studies show, the recent USSC study, Benhoff study, indicates that most people are from the area, the counties at least that they're in, and about 75–80% are from the area that they used to live in. We all know that the high cost of housing is the number one cause of homelessness, and we do find that the government accounting office says that for every $100 increase, this is a 2020 study, that in rent, there's a 9% increase in homelessness in any given area. You know, it's a Band-Aid, it'll help maybe, but you know, we have to look at the long-term solutions, and you know, it does nothing to address the problem. And I do see the concerns of the business community, but the city has driven people there by breaking up the encampments. We need safe camps, housing first, supportive housing. And we need to open the warming centers, please. Miguel's statement that no people's gone there, well, they haven't been open. They've been open only one day this year. I think they were only open 3–4 days max last year. You know, Miguel, you were at the centers. You were at Ted Seawell's. I saw you there. You know how full that was when they were open in 2022, right? You said you saw people, dead bodies on the streets of Fresno. It's happening again. Somebody died at Palm and Olive, man. Older guy. I've told you before, older people can't handle this cold. Let's have some compassion. Let's keep them open for the duration of the winter, please. Let's have compassion for those people that are suffering out there. A lot of them are elderly, over 50% are over the age of 50. We know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are all the cards I have for consent, contested consent, or closed session. Oh, we have one more speaker. Des, come on up, and you'll have 3 minutes. And please identify the item.
Yeah, I'm going to speak on, anyways. 2CC. Okay, I would like to see programs put into place between the city and the county and relates to the unhoused individuals I have on the streets that are forced to be here in this county. I have hundreds of people that are in the streets right now suffering, freezing, and starving because they're on parole and probation and they have no other option but to sleep in the street. So when we create bills and ordinances and stuff, think about the people and why they're there. I, Des Martinez, am on the board with the UCSF Benoff. Okay? We did the study. It took us 2 years. It took us 1 year to come up with over 1,500 questions, which it took us a year to break that down. It took us a year to do 8 counties. And we found that 75% of the individuals in California and within your own county are from your county, leaving 25%. That 25% are on parole and probation are forced to be here. So whether or not they're living in Clovis or Sanger or anything like that, they have to be in this county. So why are we not working with the Fresno County to make sure that when these individuals are released from prison, that they don't have to return back to the county where they caught their charge? That's what we need to change. Because, see, the county will keep you here because they're making money off the individual being here. But, see, what you're doing is you're criminalizing the individual for making homelessness a part of criminalization. But yet you're going to throw these people back into jail because, see, they cannot come in contact with the police. And you're forcing the police to make contact with them, resulting in them going back to jail. You are a part of the problem if you can't keep on putting people back in jail because they're forced to be on the streets. Making bills is a waste of our time right now when we should be thinking about how am I going to work with the county? How am I going to get these people then from LA that are stuck here in Fresno that want to go back home because they have a home? They have a mother, they have parents, they have wives and fiancés that have been waiting 10 years for them to get out, but yet they're subject to sleep on the streets of Fresno. Paparello House just had a sweep about an hour ago, and you know what they did? They took everybody's stuff. We got footage of it. Your police officers went, Georgianne, your police officers went, and they stole all of the homeless supplies that were on the streets this morning just about an hour ago. But you know what? This time they left the people. Okay, why? Because the pit count's going on. The mayor has froze the sweeps right now so we can count human beings. But yet we're going to talk about making codes to find other cities when the people want to go home. We ship people out every day. Every day. I'm part of it. Paparello House is part of it. FMCOC, they're the ones that taught me how to do it. It's called reunification program. We do it daily. We ship people to other counties and other states daily. And you guys...
Thank you, Des, for your comments. Next, we have AJ. Good morning. Please identify the item you're speaking on.
Yeah, hi. My name is AJ Rasamni. I'm the president of Black Merchants Association. I'm here basically to support you, Councilman Carbazzi, and Councilman Richardson for the new ordinance we're going to have on Blackstone. So we have statistics. I've been doing that from 2016. Whenever there's a camp on a private property and we have it removed, within 30 days, the business tell us that the break into their business went down to zero. So no more break into their business. And the revenue within 30 days grew by 30%. So having encampment on private property, private businesses is affecting those businesses. I know a lot of them that have already closed, filed bankruptcy. I know a lot of them that they're planning on closing today. I'll give you an example. For example, Shobu, he's moving out to Kansas. George's, a restaurant, they're saying that they're thinking of closing because the business is being affected by the homeless and loitering in their area. So we have, the problem is we have a lot of organizations are directing people to those private properties, say, hey, wait there for us, we're gonna come and serve you, or go meet us at that property because we're gonna have a survey for you. So these have to stop. They cannot direct those homeless people to go to those private properties, tell them to trespass on those properties, then they trespass themselves on these properties to go serve these people. It's affecting people's livelihoods. It's affecting hard-earning people that raise money to open a business to live the American dream, and they're going out of business. They're making them homeless too. So I am for the homeless to find a solution for them, but it cannot be on the account of other hard-working people in Fresno. And I do support for the ordinance, by the way. But we need to find a solution. We cannot have it as it's symptoms. Oh, just move from this. As long as you're out of this area, go to another area that becomes somebody else's problem. So we need to find a permanent solution. And I did talk to Councilman Richardson before he took office. He has a solution, so I hope the City Council will adopt a solution. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any more members of the public? I'm out of cards. Anyone want to take this opportunity to comment on closed session, contested consent, or the consent calendar? This is your last chance. Okay, and I'll remind you when making comments to the council, please direct them to the chair of the council, which in this case is me. So is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? So moved by Council Vice President, seconded by Councilmember Perea. Any opposition? There being done, the consent calendar passes 6-0. We're going to move on now to contested consent, and we're going to follow this in alphabetical order. First, we have item 2D, and that was pulled by the Council Vice President.
City Attorney, since your office sponsored this, can you give us a layman's terms explanation of what approval would result in?
Yes, there's no substantive change in terms of this language. It basically cleans up the language so it reads better. And so basically this dealt with the noticing requirement, us having to wait 24 hours before being able to move property or individual. So there's no legal or substantive change. It's just worded better. And actually, this was Councilmember Richardson who had pointed out some of the difficulty in reading it.
So we improve for readability, essentially.
Correct.
With that, motion to approve.
There's a motion by Council Vice President, seconded by Councilmember Perea.
Council President, if I can make a comment on that. So it's not necessarily that I'm bad at reading. It was updated specifically because what was posted in the previous text said removal can commence no more than 24 hours after posting. So if I'm an individual who's, it's been posted, I can't be in this location, and all of a sudden it's posted, the clock starts. By the original text, although not the spirit of the text, by law, 1 hour later, they could come back and remove my items and remove me. So given that potential misunderstanding, I thought it wasn't necessarily fair to those being removed and wasn't necessarily fair to the law enforcement who had to be held to that standard. So the text has just been updated to reflect the spirit of it, which is that minimum 24-hour notice.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Any further comments by council members? Okay, any opposition? There being none, motion passes 6-0. Thank you all. We're going to move on to item 2K, and that was pulled by Council Vice President, Councilmember Perea, and Councilmember Maxwell. We'll start with Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. Just had a couple of things that I'd like to point out. I'd like to see some revisions on this item. A couple of areas. One, I noticed that the PRAC Commission essentially eliminated the requirements for previous experience in arts and culture for organizations applying for funds, as well as fiscal agents overseeing those funds. Is that correct?
Good morning, Councilmember Aaron Aguirre, Parks Department Director. I'd like to bring up Fresno Arts Council, Lilia Chavez, to speak to some of the specific questions you may have.
Thank you.
With the subcommittee as well.
And for the context for the public, the council, per the ballot initiative, has outsourced the operation of arts and culture dollars to the Fresno Arts Council as the primary entity. So our Parks Department is kind of more of the overseer of the doer in the Arts Council. So
that's correct.
Thank you. Director? Director, is it my understanding that you would be supportive of returning the language that requires organizations to have prior experience?
Yes. The language included 2 years prior experience, and I think that should be included.
Okay. My other point that thing that I noticed was when it comes to appeals, they remove the language that limits appeals of awards based on an actual criteria. For example, if the Arts Council engaged in a clerical error, if the Arts Council didn't have a complete application when one was submitted. In this case, what they ended up including is that every single applicant who didn't get funded had a right to appeal. So in the last round of funding, how many applicants did you have for funding?
There were 137 applicants.
How many did you fund?
We funded 112.
Got it. So I would like to return the language that focuses appeals on applicants having to demonstrate that there was an actual error or something was missing that was submitted for them to have an appeal position. I don't want to be in a space where the PRAC and the Fresno Arts Council is having to manage a ton of appeals and then have to either request the city provide more management funds that takes away from programming to be able to manage all those appeals. The last item I wanted to note is there's also a recommendation that the maximum amount for an established organization go from $350 to $400. Is that within your budget abilities to do that?
Yes, actually, in the current guidelines, it's changing from 300 to 350. But should you wish to propose it go up to 400, yes, there are enough funds to do that.
And would making that adjustment remove funds for smaller organizations that are applying, or is it within the bucket of dollars for established organizations?
It should not impact the opportunity for others because in this year's guidelines, established organizations can only apply in one category. Last time they applied in two. By reducing them to only one category, they could only receive a maximum of 400, and that's based on their budget size. So that there's only about 6 organizations that might achieve that. So that would be a change that would be acceptable and possible.
Thank you, Director. Just my last point I'd like to make is I've had the privilege and probably the burden with our city manager to get into the details of sculptures and artwork and how that industry works, both from the insurance side to the replicating side and preservation side. And I've also had the privilege of understanding copyrights, to murals on the wall and who's responsible for maintaining them and who's not. And what I've taken away from the 3 fires on Fulton Street, from murals and who wants to put them on city property or private property or state property, is that I know what I don't know. And what I know is that there's so much in the arts and culture space that we really do need to have organizations that have invested the time and the expertise and capacity to understand arts and culture, especially when it comes to the fiscal management of these funds, because ultimately they're taxpayer funds, and the city council and the arts council will be held accountable if they're mismanaged or misappropriated, or we're funding organizations that are diving in for the first time into a funding opportunity versus understanding it. And the last point I'd make is I did hear from the member of the public around making funds available for use at schools. Here's my hesitation on doing that specifically. As a former administrator at Fresno Unified, they have tens of millions of dollars provided by the state to fund arts and crafts and activities. It's one of their core funding requirements and mandates. And the Measure P is approximately $30 million a year. If we're to go to the path of funding school operations for arts, one, it would allow school districts to say we're not going to fund that because Measure P is going to fund it. 2, $30 million can easily be swallowed up by one district in the city when we have numerous districts in the city. So I see the intent of Measure P is to expand the opportunities, and when kids are busy at school, the school has the responsibility to provide those arts and crafts and activities and culture. And after school, that's where we could step in as a city under Measure P. I do see that as being the collaborative relationship, but not one where a school district, especially with the state budget being what it is, they're going to be looking to shrink and cut resources, and that might put them in a position to simply start using Measure P funds in exchange of them funding these priorities. So I'd just be very cautious of us opening up that door, given that they already received money to do exactly that work. So
agreed.
I'd like to make a motion, but I'd like to hear from the rest of my colleagues before I make a motion. Council President.
Thank you. We'll come back to you, Council Vice President. Next, we have Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. The Council Vice President clearly articulated my requests for changes as well, and so I won't repeat those. I will just say that you do make a motion that does include those list of changes that you just articulated, that I will be supportive of that. So I will give back the rest of my time, Council President. Thank you.
So much. Next, we have Councilmember Maxwell.
I'm just here to second the motion Councilmember Arias is about to make.
Might be some competition there. Let's see.
Well, with that, let me...
Oh, I'm sorry. I have one more councilmember
Go ahead.
punched up. I apologize. Councilmember Richardson, the floor is yours.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
With the proposed increase in the grant funding, is it also rational to ask for an increase in the threshold to qualify as an organized or an established organization?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Are you, the threshold to apply is?
For the established organization is based on their budget, their annual budget.
Right.
If we increase that grant funding from the 300 or proposed 350 to 400, would it be reasonable also to raise the budget threshold to qualify you as an established organization?
I see. So 50,000 and below is an emerging organization. So anything over that would qualify as an established organization. So you want to take it higher than 50 to be established?
If we were to increase the grant funding, yeah, would it be realistic to increase that to maybe 100,000 to establish yourself as or to qualify as an established organization?
That certainly is your prerogative, and it would. I would like to say that established organizations in Fresno, just because we've been limited in funding over the years, it really takes a while for them to get $100,000. So if we can allow these emerging organizations that have gone beyond 50,000 to transition to established, they're eligible for more funding. And that's what we're hoping to do. So it wouldn't be a major shift, and it is possible, but it might eliminate, it might put emerging organizations, not eliminate, it might put emerging organizations in competition with larger organizations before they're ready.
All right, thank you.
Back to the Vice President.
All right, thank you. I'll make a motion to approve the item with the following revisions. Revision 1 is to add the appeals criteria. Any applicant not recommended to receive an award may submit a written appeal to the Fresno Arts Council staff no later than 5 p.m. by the 10th business day following the release of this notification. Appeals must be based on the following criteria: clerical error and/or incorrect processing required application materials negatively influencing the panel's assessment of the applicant's request for funding. Revision 2, to include the following language: a fiscal sponsor must demonstrate a minimum of 2 consecutive years of arts and culture programming or indicate that arts and culture work of the sponsor project is consistent and set forth in the organization's nonprofit purpose. Revision 3, that any established organization must maintain a 2 years of experience as a requirement to be considered an established organization. And last revision is that the cap on established organizations be adjusted from $350,000 to $400,000 as a potential award.
Second. Okay. Any opposition?
Here.
Motion passes 4-1 with one member not here.
Thank you.
Next, we're moving on to item 2Q, and this was pulled by Council Member Arias. Council Vice President, sorry.
I've been called gang or a whole bunch of stuff, so you gotta give me time to readjust the new name. City staff, just one question. I appreciate all the work that you guys have done with connecting the Three Ponds Mobile Home Park to the city's water system. Just a question for the record. When do we anticipate the connection being completed, given this agreement's potential approval today?
Good morning, Council. Brock Buki, Director of Public Utilities. So once this agreement is executed, the owner of the mobile home park needs to make a number of improvements, rebuild their water system. They have to do a competitive bid for that, so it'll probably take 2 to 3 months for them to complete their work, if all goes well. Once that's completed, then they'll contact the city, then we'll coordinate the installation of the water service. And that usually takes 1 to 2 weeks, depending on workload for water division staff.
So we're hopeful by summertime, you think?
Hopeful, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Director. And thank you again for being forward-thinking and for leading in this conversation. So many mobile home parks that are privately owned in the city don't have access to good, clean drinking water, and I'm glad that the city's finally moving this direction.
Yeah,
Motion
you're
to
welcome.
approve.
Motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition? There being none, motion passes 5-0. Next, the last contested consent item is item 2X, and that was pulled by Council Vice President.
Financial report.
Which suggests what's the purpose of this report and the council's approval of it?
Council has adopted city code to require an annual report.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you very well. Can you either raise the podium or speak into the mic?
Thank you. Is that better, Council President?
Sounds good.
Wonderful. Fresno Municipal Code requires an annual report from the retirement boards of the combined financial report. Yes, it does speak to contributions, but I can't speak on contributions today.
I don't want to get into a debate about the pending litigation. I'm trying to understand exactly what the value of this report is. So in conclusion, does this report suggest that the pension system is in good standing given the performance of the stock market, I assume?
The stock market is one small item, yes, sir. But yes, it is in good standing on both sides.
What's the, what would be the full funding of the pension system as of this report? Is it 100% funded?
Are you saying what is the current, fully funded would be 100%, but this is more than fully funded.
What is that percentage?
The employees' retirement system is 109.8, the, 112.8, and the fire and police retirement is 118%.
Okay, thank you. And I understand you recently got a significant salary adjustment. Was that approved by this body, or is that approved by your respective pension boards?
By the pension boards.
Per city charter, is that the case, or is that per an agreement?
Per the salary resolution.
So we actually approved the salary adjustment?
It was done in line with the salary resolution, yes, sir.
Okay. What was that adjustment?
I believe 8.9%.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Any other council members wishing to comment? Is there a motion to approve the item? There is no motion, so it's going to die. So we're going to move on to the next item.
That item does not need an approval.
Oh, well, there you go. So we move on. Okay, so thank you all. That is the balance of the contested consent calendar. We are going to now go to a workshop. And I believe our first workshop is going to be Workshop 3A, Community Workforce Agreement, Project Labor Agreement, Annual Review.
Morning, Council. Joshua Rhodes, Assistant Director of Construction Management for the Capital Projects Department. I have with me Kelly Yost, our Assistant, or a Construction Manager, who's going to present the PLA Community Workforce Agreement Annual Report. That's going to be for reporting year 2. This report is intended to outline the results of the Community Workforce Agreement during that reporting year, as well as some of the target values, whether they've been met or not met. Staff stands available to answer any questions at the completion of the workshop. Thanks.
Oh, to go forward? Okay. Good morning. Kelly Yost, City of Fresno's construction manager, also a member of the PLA Joint Committee. So I think you guys have had, or the council's had, the workshop slides. Let me see the first one. How long do you have to hold this? Is it just this arrow? Okay, yeah. If there's, I'll just summarize everything what we have in front of you. And then if there's any follow-up questions, we can go from there, but I'll just let you know. If we can go to the next
I
slide.
think the clerk can, if the clicker's not working, I think they're able to, okay.
Should work?
There we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
This slide is actually just a summary of the agreement that was signed and executed in the end of 2021, became effective 100 days later, the beginning of January 22. A 5-year term, 1 5-year term. And then what we're doing here is we're reviewing the milestones and progress at the 2-year point, okay? And then a summary of the goals, which we're all familiar with. The biggest goal was to employment and training opportunities for the local city of Fresno residents, timely success on timely completion of the projects on time, diversity, recruitment, training, and employment for local area members or employees. Some of the key provisions, it applied to awarded construction contracts with the engineer's estimate of greater than $1 million. There are a few exceptions, like for example, the senior center is not part of this PLA. The funding source wouldn't allow that. We do get questions once in a while because if the bids come in higher or lower than the $1 million, does that trigger it? And that doesn't. It is based upon the pre-bid engineer's estimate of $1 million. And it applies to work performed by crafts, not necessarily the materials being incorporated into the project. We do have pre-job conferences for every job that is tagged or designated a PLA. We not only have the pre-construction meeting, but we have a separate one for a pre-job conference with all of the trades associated with that particular project. Okay. Another part of it is the goal, the biggest goal is the local hiring program. Unions have agreed to exert their utmost effort to achieve the goals. And just a quick summary of the goals. What we wanted is 50% of the journey level hours on the project to be City of Fresno residents. And with breaking that down a little bit further, is we wanted a goal of 55% of the apprenticeship level hours on the project to be City of Fresno residents. And then one more that dove down a little bit deeper is we wanted a minimum of 30% of the available hours for the apprentice level to be classified as new local apprentices, okay? And that was trying to get the ones that, the definition of a new is less than 50% of the apprentice hours. So if that apprenticeship program was a requirement of 8,000 hours, as an example, to be designated new, you would have less than 50% of the 8,000, so anything less than 4, and be a graduate of the trades school, the pre-apprenticeship. Okay. These are just a summary of a bunch of the different projects, wide range of the current ongoing PLA projects. The Fresno Area Express Improvement Facility, Blackstone Avenue, McKinley, the TOD. The one we just getting wrapped up is that Clean California downtown neighborhood. This is just a summary. And then the next page, substation expansion at the wastewater treatment plant, water main replacement, Clinton, West University, North Fruit, and Tillman. Rebid requirements contracted to furnish and install water service replacements. That was West Valley. Another page of just ongoing is Van Ness and Weldon Pocket Park. That one started off and completed. That one's done. Some work out at the digester facilities at the wastewater treatment. Large one at water main replacement in Calwa Township, or town site, the phase 1. Okay. Now here's what this sheet shows is the first 2 years of active construction projects that were identified and incorporated into the PLA requirements. On this, we have a total of 26 projects. This goes from January 22 to January of 24. And you'll see later on in a slide that we're getting ready to come up actually on the final third year of data. Completed within that first 2 years, there was 5 projects that were completed, a total of a little over $86 million worth of value for those PLA projects. And then it breaks down into the number of journeyman hours that were generated, the number of apprentice hours that were generated on those projects, and then we break it into the goals. What we did on this slide is we put the goals that we talked about before, the 50 and 55 and 30, and then what was met or what was actual. As you can see, none of the goals were met. And then another important slide or column to the far right, it says full-time equivalent job results. We related that to if a new employee was to be hired, one full, what's that acronym? Full-time equivalent, if they were on board. Journeymans are the highest percentage of labor consumed on a project anyway, so you would expect that to be the higher one, and it is. A little over 20 new full-time employees on the journeyman level, but that's not new to the trade because that means they've already gone through the apprenticeship program. If you skip down to the bottom, the City of Fresno residents, the new apprentice hours, which was a big goal, that translates to just a little over 2 new employees for the 2 years that were generated. Okay, this next slide is year 2 by itself. The first slide was the first 2 years. This is from February 23 to January of 24. Same format. The number of projects were awarded during that period were 15. 5 were completed. Little over $46 million in that year 2. Unfortunately, we had the same goals established because the PLA established those goals, but on the second year, the goals even went down a little bit further. So the second year, if you drop to the bottom one, new apprentice hours, it generated just over 1 new employee for the year as designated for a new apprentice hours or new apprentice employee. Okay. And then what we're going to do as far as the requirements within the workforce agreement is when we got to the 2-year point, we reached out to the trades and put them on notice that the guidelines or the goals that were in the agreement were not being met. We had a meet and confer and went over it. Came up with some ideas or some suggestions, and those will continue to move on every year, as we'll show a little bit later. This next slide is about upcoming projects. These are anticipated because we're all aware that sometimes one gets added or one might get deleted or removed or deferred down later on. But these are anticipated projects to be awarded fiscal year 25 and later. Approximately 95 projects. Some of all construction, a little over $409 million. And that translates due to the $1 million threshold to approximately $390 million worth of projects that will be incorporated into the workforce agreement. And we broke it down into little thresholds. Like right now, we have it above the 1 million. We just put hypotheticals. What if we were to modify it to the 3 million level, or if we modified it to a $5 million level, and how that would impact the number of projects that would be triggered into the agreement and the associated construction dollar value for those agreements. Okay? And the next several sheets, oh, did I go? There we go. Next several sheets is just like a little hone in, more details about how the projects are broken out. Rather large structures or roadways, utilities, or parks, and the dollar of value associated with those on an average type deal. Like some of the large projects that we have coming up, Eaton Trail, Blackstone and McKinley grade separation, 911, Herndon widening, and we got some parking structures in the hopper also. Okay. And this would be a more detailed of what Parks is putting out, or the projects that will be designated to the parks. And you can see if they were greater than $1 million, that would trigger about 8 projects in that classification. And then if it broke down to, or increased to 3 or changed to 5, you can see that the project, just for an example, if you went from 1 to 5, you had 8 projects triggered in the 1 million threshold, and then that was 2, it would translate to 2 projects if it was a $5 million threshold, but there's still $24 million associated with those 2 projects. Okay. And the next one is the trails. Same type scenario, which we're lucky. We got a lot of trail projects coming up. Next one is traffic signal category projects. Little less dollar value because hopefully we can get traffic signals in under $1 million, and had nothing to do with the PLA, but just because of the cost of them is pretty high. But you can see the traffic signals, they trigger anywhere between 3 non-PLA less than $1 million and 3 over the $1 million. Utility infrastructure, some of these are larger projects, and this breaks it out. There's a total of 18 and broken out on the different levels. Let's see here. And then roadway is the last one. Category, lot of money in those. About 36 projects. The majority of those would be over $1 million. It's pretty tough to do a good-sized roadway project less than $1 million. So out of the 36 coming up, 30 of those would be triggered for the $1 million, and then approximately 8 are over 3, and then 3 are over the 5. Okay. The next steps on this local hiring program. The next steps for the remainder of the agreement year. Explore potential modifications to the local hiring program with the Trades Council, with hoping to improve some of those percentages that they can fall in line with our goals, and to continue to track the PLA project labor implementation for the 3-year anniversary report, which on the next one, it will be here not too long. It'll be here pretty quick. But these are the timetables. You know, March of 25 will be the 3-year, excuse me, and we will issue another report, and which that would cover February 1 of 24 to January of 25. That will be the 3rd year. And just like the agreement states and what we did previously, if the PLA targets are not met, the city will issue a written notice to the Trades Council, and we will request a meet and confer with them to go over the status and the goals and what anything can be done to increase the chances of hitting the goals. And then February 26th, that'll be the 4th year. And then February 27th, that's the expiration, that would be the 5-year. And then 90 days prior to that, we would meet with the Trades Council to discuss the PLA. And that would take us to questions and discussions, if there's anything.
Our first speaker will be Councilmember Richardson.
Okay.
Sir, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
I realize that the standard we held the unions to was their utmost effort. As the Marine Corps taught me, utmost effort means a lot of different things depending on the individual. Is there any sort of repercussion outside of a written notice? I mean, I like meetings as much as the next guy, but that's not really a repercussion. Is there any sort of recourse the city can take if the unions are failing to live up to the standard that has been agreed upon?
Nothing inside the PLA or the workforce agreement allows any type of financial or repercussions like that. It's not contained within there. No.
Okay, thank you. And then PLA aside, because I understand the cost threshold is based on the engineer's estimate originally, correct?
Yes, sir.
So once that engineer has given the estimate, they've formulated that the actual cost of the project is essentially that plus materials, is my understanding. Or is it that plus labor?
Well, if we're putting a project out to bid, you mean? Oh, no, everything would be included in that.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, the same project, if it were to go to union labor versus non-union labor, is there generally an understood difference in cost, one costing more than the other to the taxpayer?
I'm not going to have staff answer that because I think that probably, depending on who you talk to, I could tell you that I'm sure the non-union contractors will tell you that they can do it for cheaper because they're not going to have the same types of costs. I don't think that we have the expertise to answer that question, but I'm sure you've heard, and we have heard from non-union contractors that the union ones are more expensive. That's what I've heard, and they've said. I can't state factually. We've tried to do some side-by-side comparisons, and, we can try and dig into that a little bit more, but that's a little bit of a loaded question. I don't want to put staff on the line to be, in the firing range on that one.
Understandable. My appreciation. Thank you. I'll do some more homework on this.
Okay, thank you.
Quick follow-up question, City Manager. The airport, before my time, I believe the parking lot, amazing parking lot was constructed, and that was using union labor?
That had, I believe, a specific PLA in place just for that project.
So that was with the PLA. Was it on time and on budget?
It was.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Council Vice President.
I'd like to default to a lady to my right. She had questions too.
I am a lady, thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation, and I can appreciate the spirit in which we did set the bar high, and by we, I wasn't here at the time when the PLA was put into place, but generally speaking, I am supportive of project labor agreements and anything that we can do that prioritizes that our local folks are being prioritized for these projects. The last meet and confer meeting was last year. Is that correct?
Within the last year, yes.
Within the last year. And it was discussed various options to increase compliance with our goals that were set. Is there anything you can speak to on any initial ideas or potential outcomes we can do differently to better meet our goals?
Well, yes. Items were brought up to change the threshold from $1 million. Sometimes you have the journeyman and you have apprentices. But there's certain trades that you're really not triggering the need for apprentices to be involved in the project. Road work is a good example. We have a lot of money invested in road work and improvements, and let's say you have an operating engineer, operating a machine. Well, that individual is by themselves. You don't have an apprentice with that. It's not an apprenticeable at that moment. So the conversations were brought up if I jump real back. Big difference would be like a roadway compared to a 10-story high-rise. 10-story high-rise would have a lot more available trades that could perform work on that building that a road would not. So that's the way I kind of look at it sometimes, is what's available out there. But to answer your question directly, the $1 million threshold level was brought up during those meetings. What would be the plus and minuses if it changed to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 or something like that? What would be the impact? What would be the chance of meeting the goals in those items? But nothing was ever, presented. It was discussed.
Okay.
If I answered that.
Yeah. And the next meeting probably is not set yet, correct?
It is not set, but it'll be pretty soon because this one's taken us a little while to get up here and get it delivered. I'm assuming we'll have that within the next quarter.
Okay. I do want to see this be successful, and so I will be watching this closely and hoping that we can continue to meet with the Trades Council so that we can collaborate and come up with mutually agreed upon changes to better meet these goals. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Before we go to Council Vice President, I have City Manager White punched up.
Just a couple things. And it kind of, when Council Member Perea was talking, I think when this came to the council initially, a lot of the discussion on this dais was about local jobs, local. But really, the way that this agreement is written, it's really not so much about local. The focus more is on the union aspect. So there's a level of disappointment that, for instance, we don't have as many city residents that have been employed on these projects. I hear this all the time from you guys, whether it be members of the community or up here about, getting as many of our city residents benefiting from jobs, from projects that especially the city's funding. So I think, initially when I looked at these numbers, I'm like, oh man, we're not hitting it at all on city residents. But I go back and I think about the conversations and you read the actual community workforce agreement. While that was like a lot of verbal dialogue, that's really not a ton of the focus of the agreement itself. So it's a little bit of a misnomer as how the discussions happen on the dais. And that's not a criticism. I'm just sort of stating what the information was at the beginning. I also want to talk, we have sought and would continue to seek raising the threshold. It's a lot of work to administer this agreement. And as you can see from, the volume of projects and the volume of the breakdown, the reason why we did some of the breakdown of the million, 5 million, higher level projects is because it is a lot of work to administer this. And so and there's plenty of work above $1 million, at 5 million and above, there's a ton of projects out there that would qualify. So we would be very supportive of raising the level. Ultimately, the trades would have to agree to that. And I know I personally have had some conversations with Chuck Riojas about that. And then one other thing too, I also want to make sure that you all were aware, on an annual basis, Councilmember Chavez would convene a meeting with the trades, all of the affiliates, and we do a big room at, I can't remember, it's one of the union halls, I think maybe sheet metal workers, I can't remember. And we would bring city staff in and give them a heads up of like projects that are coming. So for instance, a couple years ago, we gave them a heads up about the airport terminal expansion. We talked about the 911 center, kind of a preview so that they could be prepared when these projects come to be putting bids in on these projects from the local perspective, because I know that's really, really important to us. We see a much higher economic value to the city when they are local workers as opposed to workers coming from outside of the community. Yes, they're still spending sales tax money. Maybe they're staying in hotels, but the long-term impact of having city employees employed on these, I think, is a great, great benefit. So I just want to encourage continue conversations about the possibility of raising the threshold, because I think there's still plenty of work to go around. And for me, it's not so much about union, not union, as much as it is about if we can really focus on local and the local hire aspect of it. So I just wanted to put that out there. And if anybody wants to take up the mantle of Councilmember Chavez as far as convening the group to bring in department directors, to give folks, to give the affiliates a heads up of what's coming down the pike, a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, we'd be happy to do that on an annual basis. That's all I wanted to put out there. Thank you, Council President.
Council Vice President, the floor is yours.
Thank you. A couple of questions. Do you track right now any non-PLA project, and how many of those workers are local?
Well, we had, prior to this, we had that work, God, I can't remember the local.
Correct. Local
targeted
preference.
Targeted hiring.
National hiring.
We still have the targeted hiring ordinance.
Yes.
And if I recall, when we're negotiating the PLA, that is a much broader geographic definition than what the PLA contains. So you could be living in Visalia and you would be considered local under the city's, targets. Are non-PLA contractors in the city of Fresno right now, or for the last 4 years, required to provide us how many local workers that use in our projects? Is there any requirement, any measurement?
Only it would be the national target. If that project had that, we would track that.
If, but not across the board?
No, sir.
Okay. So, I struggle with this item on a couple of fronts. One is, for me, it's not about union or non-union. It's always been very clear that a union operator provides three key things that non-union folks had not provided historically: higher pay, good health care, and a pension. That's a middle income lifestyle with discretionary income in the city of Fresno. The private contractors who didn't have a unionized workforce were using, at times, undocumented workforce, non-trained folks, mostly out-of-towners. And the difference for taxpayers, we were paying the same amount for the project, whether it was PLA or non-PLA. The only difference is that non-PLA contractors were keeping that profit margin to the owner of the company, where the PLA companies were taking that additional money and putting it into employee compensations. We were very clear about trying to make local hire a priority and intentionally tracking it, knowing that we would probably miss the mark. But I struggle with this criticism from the non-PLA, non-union operators that they fault us for not hitting the mark while not measuring any of their work, while not sharing with us how many local workers they have, what they pay them, what health benefits they provide, and what pension options they provide. So from my perspective, I'm not interested in raising the threshold. Yes, it is more work, city manager, to do every project above $1 million, but it also ensures that local taxpayer dollars stay local. And we've defined that local to be pretty tight. We're no longer giving credit for you hiring somebody in Tulare County or you hiring somebody in Modesto. We're no longer getting credit for people to fill our motel rooms with construction workers for the next 3 weeks. And every major project that we've built has stayed on budget, has stayed on time. All things that we were promised by the non-PLA contractors would not be possible. And that hasn't been the case. The most important item for me on some of these projects is the quality of the skill of the worker that they provide. When we're building airports, parking garages, firehouses, dispatch centers, I don't want it going to the person that could provide the lowest bid and circumvent some of the cheapest labor in town. I want it to folks who have the highest skilled workers, who are gonna pay them a livable wage, provide for them in case accidents occur or retirement occurs, and that they live in this community so that community benefits from their income and the taxpayer fund. So I hear some of the conversations. I also know that this agreement does not preclude us from entering negotiations sooner and from extending the agreement sooner than 2027. So I'm interested in doing that. I'm interested in engaging this conversation sooner and looking at an extension sooner than 2027. And to the folks who are gonna come in from wherever they're gonna come in to criticize it, by all means, come forward. But come forward with facts, come forward with data, and be transparent on who you're hiring and what you're paying them. And then we can have a debate over, it's a better investment for Fresno taxpayers to hire your employees and let your owners make a bigger profit margin, or to hire local residents who are highly skilled and are getting a retirement and a health care and a pension system contribution. Those are my comments for today.
Thank you, Council. Vice President, we have City Manager White again, punched up.
Nick, can you come up and I believe on the national targeted hiring, I want to confirm that what the council member said was accurate, that counts people from Visalia. Can you clarify, because I just want to make sure that we have the correct information.
Correct. City Manager White, President Carbasi, Vice President Arias. I'm actually reading from the National Targeted Agreement. It says that a zip code or any portion of which that falls within the city of Fresno is what's counted. So it's only the zip codes identified in Fresno.
Do you have all the data for all the projects that we funded, non-PLA?
That's what we need to go back and congregate and pull together. I don't have that. I'm just reading what the agreement says. So,
because when we negotiated this agreement,
We track it.
We
We
track
don't
it,
have
I
it
just
for
don't
you
have it here in
today.
front of you.
when we negotiated this agreement 4 years ago, I was part of the negotiating committee with members Barza and Soria. We asked for all the data, and the way the city had interpreted it, it was not tracking that definition. It was tracking its own local hire ordinance or whatever they had at that time. And that local hire ordinance expanded to Madera, Tulare County, Kings County, I think even went to Kern County. So it was the local preference that the city had defined.
So local preference under the current, and has been for as long as I've been around, is I believe within 25 miles of City Hall. So which means it can go, into our neighboring jurisdiction, but I'm not aware of anything that's ever gone in. But we'll go back. We do track ours because of national targeted hiring, so we can gather that information for you. But I just want to make sure that we didn't leave people with the impression that we were counting Visalia, Tulare County. I want to make sure that was clear. Thank you, Nick and team.
But to be clear, under local preference, you are. Because Fresno City was within the miles of touching Tulare County.
You mean outside of the PLA and outside, like every council report that says local preference, it's 25 miles. City Attorney's Office can confirm, or I don't know if anybody from purchasing has here, it's 25 miles is our local preference. It's 25 miles. City Attorney, am I correct? Please correct me. It's 25 miles. I'm trying to understand what is not 25 miles.
I'm just seeking clarification exactly what you're talking about, because the local preference ordinance is related to selecting businesses and not the labor that comes from them. So if you're talking about local preference for example, like a construction project, yes, it's 25 miles from City Hall, which goes outside the bounds of the county and hits parts of Madera. And so it does extend south also, circle around City Hall, so includes other cities besides Fresno.
So, correct. So, thank you. And that helps refresh my memory. When you're right, I'm not talking labor. I'm talking the city's general local preference is 25 miles within City Hall, which, you're right, would catch Madera. No way it's going to catch Visalia, though.
And when I was referencing is that when we were wording those contracts to quote-unquote local contractors, they were hiring from those respective cities. When we asked for their data on show me where your workers are at, it was all from the neighboring areas.
Okay, thank you.
And that's how they were falling to the category.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Council Vice President, are you open to bringing back an item at the next meeting to establish an ad hoc committee to begin renegotiating the PLA and extending it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more council members wishing to speak on this subject? Okay, great. Thank you very much, staff, for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're doing great on time. We do have some extra time, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go on to unscheduled communication at this time. I have some cards here, so I'll be calling folks on the cards. First, we have Camilla Sutherland. Come right on up. And please let us know what you were speaking on, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm speaking to all of you about the Broding Park tennis courts that the Measure P program has really done a great job of resurfacing, putting new lights, nets, straps, everything. So we've increased the amount of people playing there. We have people playing in the evenings. I'm just wondering for our next steps, and I have to also back up. The Parks and Rec Department has helped that, but our Parks Service Maintenance Group has been out there. They're blowing the courts off every day to keep them clean for us. But I have some questions, and I wanted to find out the next steps. I was understanding to be that with Measure P, that we would be getting some new bathrooms, and the pickleball courts and the futsal courts were going to be started, and those are the courts that are at the end, the northernmost part of the tennis courts there. Also, the restrooms that were going to be redone and improved on because they've been in need of some attention. And also, we're looking at the lighting going from the tennis courts to the restrooms. There's a pathway there that is a nice pathway, but there's no lights. So in the evening, like last Tuesday night, we've had these drop-in tennis nights. We've had all 11 courts lit, thank you to the city, that we've had full, and people are waiting to use them. But to go to the restrooms, there's no lights there. We've also had the park rangers that we've started having there. That's been a real asset. But we've had more challenges with people that are non-tennis players that have come up and approached people on the courts while they're playing. And some of them are kids and families that have their little kids there. And these people come onto the courts and are very antagonistic. One of our tennis players escorted a gentleman off the courts. But we've had a couple of instances of those. So I know you mentioned having facts, so we've got more facts to support that. But we'd like to see if we could get a park ranger solely just for Roding Park, because they're covering right now 3 parks in the west area there, which is good. We need them. But my last but not least, we have our upcoming month of love for tennis. I encourage all of you to come out, and I know Miguel Arias has been out there, to come and join us for our love match chance draw on February 22nd at 8:30 in the morning. And with that, if there's any way I can find out how I can answers to my questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Mr. Diddy. Please come up and let us know what you're speaking on today.
All right, my first name is Steve, by the way, if that needs any introduction. So this is miscellaneous business or business right before lunch. How about that? So I have a proposal for a new restaurant in Fresno. I did some research just now, and Mayor Karen Humphrey back in 1989 established Zambul, Russia, as America's sister city over in, yeah, it would have been the Soviet Union back then. Anyways, how about a Russian-themed borscht and beyond? How about that? Borscht is a Russian dish, a soup actually. That could be the name of the title of the restaurant, or the name of it actually. I'm thinking somewhere in downtown Fresno, or the Tower District. There's a lot of ethnic restaurants along Olive and also along the Fulton Mall. That's it.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Adam Balakian. Adam, come on up. Let us know what subject you're speaking on, and you will have 3 minutes.
Hello, Council, and thank you. My name is Adam Balakian. I'm here to piggyback on what Camilla said. She's the president of the Roding Park Tennis Club. She's been doing an excellent job with tennis out at Roding Park. I am just a participant, someone that goes out. Currently, we play tennis out there on Tuesday nights from 6 to 9 p.m. When I started playing, we started playing about 4 or 5 months ago. We had about 5 people out there. It was me and a friend, a few other people. About 3 or 4 weeks ago, we actually had about 60 to 70 people out there. So we're getting some really great crowds. A lot of people coming out, about 45 people out of the 70 were probably first-time players. So we're getting a wide variety of players, great range of demographics, age range. So we want to see some goals that we want to see. It's a little more collaboration maybe between the city and the Parks Department and the tennis community. Also, to piggyback off what Camilla said, it would be great if we had a security guard that could possibly be out there just at Roding Park, just because, you know, with a lot of people out there, it would be nice to have. So I want to thank the council for their time.
Great. Next, we have Paul, I believe it's Condon. Please come on up and let us know what item you'd like to speak on, and you have 3 minutes.
I don't think you probably know because you guys don't respond, but thank you, Nick, for responding to me. I'm running for city council for this district. What I don't understand is how I'm not being included in the debates or any of this stuff. Your guys' local media isn't covering it and putting my name in it. I ran in 2016 and just was left off the ballot. And it kind of seems like these elections are rigged, bro. How come I wasn't able to get endorsement from anybody? The whole place is quiet. The only one that was cool was Nick.
I'm sure David Tao from GVOR will interview you.
Well, I know, but how come the city's not getting on ballot? I mean, this doesn't make sense. 2 of the people I'm running against don't even live in the city. Don't you guys think that's a little weird? I mean, these aren't fair elections. That's all I got to say. This is crazy.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to speak on unscheduled communication today?
Y'all just be making trouble for people.
Des, the floor is yours.
Hey, how you doing? Good to see y'all again. Yeah, this fentanyl BS out here in the streets really needs to take care of. You know, a lot of us thought that because we had a police officer become chief officer, become mayor, we thought maybe the streets would be cleaned up a little bit more. President Karbasi in the streets. This fentanyl is really, really taking a toll on a lot of people, are dying every day, every week on the streets of Fresno. Right across from the dealer themselves and right around the corner from other city council members that live there. So I'm just curious to see if President Karbasi, if you know if there's any kind of connection with the city of Fresno and Lisa Schickkamp regarding her $2 million investment in pharmaceutical companies that make fentanyl. And is this the reason why we are not cleaning up the streets? I want to see the streets clean up fentanyl. It's ridiculous. I literally am so freaking traumatized from seeing dead bodies on the street. I'm about ready to start posting them on billboards, but see, they're not white rich kids from Clovis, so we don't put them up there. But I got a lot of pictures of dead bodies from fentanyl on the streets from the unhoused community, but ain't nobody putting their pictures up on the damn billboards and asking people for help. I really am tired of the drugs here in Fresno. I am sick and tired of them. They're infested in our communities, especially the low-income communities where you guys are building Chevrons and 7-Elevens that we can't even afford. You know what I'm saying? Fentanyl is running our streets. Crime and drugs is running our streets, and yet we don't have nobody cleaning them up. You have a task force for the homeless, but you don't have a task force for fentanyl. I want to see more cops out there dealing with fentanyl instead of the homeless over at the tennis park in Rodine Park. How about you pull up and give them a donut or something and a glass of water? We'll sit on the side and watch you play. Matter of fact, we have 2 of the unhoused members that are currently living on the streets that are on their team. So how dare you come in here and talk about the unhoused when you have the unhoused playing on your teams today. So please deal with the fentanyl. I'm tired of it. Mr. Karbasi, hold your mayor accountable for cleaning up these streets and the drugs that are here. Tired of seeing the dead bodies. You're going to keep hearing from me about the dead bodies. I will blow up the posters and hang them on billboards and pay $2,000 to have them hanging above your kids' schools so that your kids see what I see. How do you expect me not to go insane and deal with the mental bullshit that I have to deal with seeing this crap? How much do I have to scream? All you guys do is talk about us, and you don't help us. How dare you? How dare you? Stop taking the money from the seniors to go camping, and you better make sure that they go camping. President Karbasi, make sure.
Thank you, Des. Anyone else in the public? Brandy, come on up. Let us know what you'd like to talk about today.
Excuse me. Regarding warming centers, first off, thank you, Ms. White, for recognizing that the changes that happened in the last 2 years with having that address some of the issues that we've had before, now that we have Poverello House, such as staffing, and looking into that to make changes based off of that, including being able to increase the time in which we go by to be able to open it. And I ask that you continue to look to see how these changes in partnership with not having the recreation staff and having other resources through the Poverello House could address some of the concerns and issues regarding the warming centers so it can be more accessible. Arias mentioned that they're going that he wants to go by demand with the warming centers, but based on the opening where it's nothing. The numbers that we get have nothing to do with demand, as Bob noted. That once the people knew about it, had enough time 2 years ago when we had it open for 3 months, it was full eventually. Lesser time means less notice, but it is very unrealistic with the limitations of being open when it's based off weather, that we will have to be able to get the word out to everyone who wants to know about it in order for it to be full. It takes time. It takes a lot of work. When I mentioned in my emails that when I know about it, I clear up as much time as I can to be able to to tell as many people. But when it's unpredictable, people who want to help may not be available, including the organizations that might get the word out, but it might be a weekend like this last time. We've only had the centers open 5 times in the last 2 years. And 2 of those times were back and back, but those are the same numbers as in 2022 when it was eventually full at the very beginning because it takes time. I also want to state that it wasn't an average of 4 to 5 people that were there this last Monday and Tuesday that was open. I was there and there were dozens of people that were there, a lot that I've brought, and there could be more at the other centers if we had time to organize people. This included elderly, a family that I met that was outside that had children, that the Poverello House was then able to get into accommodations, people who came out of the hospitals. So many of them didn't have blankets because of Hearts had taken them. They are a lot of vulnerable people, and this is a health safety thing. Also, the Fresno mission is providing continuous care, but they don't take pets. And I have taken people, and they were turned away because it was full. And thankfully, because Carbasi asked years ago about having pets at the warming cooling centers, we now are able to provide vets, and I brought a lot of people with pets.
Thank you, Brandy. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak on unscheduled communication, come on up, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, so I want to talk about why can't we have a state camp just like Des had for a year and a half? She had everything. There was no cops that came there. She had over 35 people there. She had a first aid tent. She had no fires there. There was no fights, nothing. Jerry Dyer wasn't even going to fund it. What happened with the doing it now? We could do it. If you guys all work together, we could do it. Let's see. And then also I want to talk about like this fentanyl is getting really bad because my friend, she was trying so hard to keep her cousin off of it, away from that, and because the shelter, the mental illness shelter was not helping him and kicked him out over something that he had no control over. And now he's out there all messed up off of fentanyl, and that's what she was trying to avoid. Over a year and a half, she was trying to prevent that. And look, now it's getting to bad where he's just out there and we can't even talk to him. We can't even help him or anything. That we could have prevented that if you guys would actually take the time to go to the shelters and make sure they're doing their job the right way, because they're not. And you guys are overlooking them. And now he's out there wandering around doing fentanyl and not even staying in the hospital to get help or anything like that. And it's hard. And all I see is my friend cry every day over it. And I'm getting tired of it. You guys need to do something. All the kids are going to end up like that when they come out of foster care because they have nowhere to go because they get released out to the streets. You guys need to think about that. That's going to be a lot of kids. A lot of kids are in foster care. You guys take them from parents, and you guys take them from parents and leave them in the building to sleep on the tables, piss in water bottles, all that. Come on, you guys. And then Project Rise is just setting people up for failure. My friend was told that she was getting into Project Rise and it was going to be permanent for a lifetime, and it's not. And they're disabled because of the car accident they were just in recently. So I don't know, you guys need to look into that. You guys need to look into the shelters. Go to the shelters. Spend some time there. Miguel does. You guys all should think about going there. Have somebody go there undercover, be there for a week, see how the staff is. Then you'll understand why we're complaining so much.
Thank you. Any other speakers for unscheduled communication? Okay. This is the last opportunity for unscheduled communication. There being no more, we're going to move on now. So Des, I'll come talk to you after the meeting. We're going to actually break for lunch early. We'll be back at 1:30. Thank you.
So for the presenters that are waiting online for the next workshop, remember if your microphone is not muted, we'll be able to hear you in the chambers. This is Peter Felice with Walker. Are you able to hear me? Hello. Hello.
This is the interpreter, Bailey. I was just trying to get re-spotlighted.
Oh, all right. I will follow. Yeah, we'll follow up with our CMAC people in the control room. Thank you.
Thank you.
afternoon. It's 1:34 p.m. and we're going to resume the meeting. We have Workshop 3B, Downtown Fresno Parking Automation. The sponsors are Planning and Capital Projects. So who would like to start?
Actually, I'm going to introduce the team and tell you why I asked for this to go on the agenda. Sorry, I'm about ready to fall on the ground here. So Council has previously approved the automation project funding for our downtown parking garages. And Jennifer Clark came to me, and we're sort of at a crossroads on picking sort of an option of technology of how we want to do the automation. And she was asking me, hey, which way do you want to go on this? And if I pick one option, it would basically fundamentally change the way the public uses our downtown garages, and I was not comfortable making that decision without at least asking for input, if anybody had any strong feelings, and then also doing it more of a public information perspective. So that is why I asked them to come before us. I know Miguel's like, oh, we don't need to tell you, just pick it. No, I don't want to do that. I just feel like it could mark a shift in the way we've always done things, and I didn't really feel good about making that decision independently. So this is just more informational to kind of present to you what the options are, and then let you guys ask questions and maybe offer feedback, and then we'll go from there. So with that, Melissa, introduce yourself.
Melissa Almaguer, Manager of the Parking Division with the Planning and Development Department. I'm here today to speak to you along with the Capital Projects Department about the automation of the parking garages for the City of Fresno located in downtown Fresno. So I'll start by giving you a brief background of the project, and then we'll move on to talking about gated versus gateless parking systems, the similarities and the differences, and then we'll open it up to any discussion or questions that you might have. So the purpose of this project is to deliver high-quality parking automation across 5 downtown City of Fresno parking facilities intended to provide quality and sustainable automation, communication, and reporting functionality for the city. And the 5 garages that we're referring to are listed for you here. They are the Convention Center Garage, the Congo Alley Garage, the Underground Garage, the Spiral Garage, and the Merced Garage. As you may or may not recall, in May of 2023, Council approved the use of the progressive design build method for this project, and then in June of 2024, Council approved a contract with Swinerton Walker for the design portion of this project. So we're well into the design phase, and we've reached a crossroads, as the city manager said, where we need to make a decision on if we're going to move forward with gateless or gated automation. So essentially, we're just seeking feedback specifically related to gateless versus gated automation for these garages. And with that, I will turn it over to Peter Felice, who's with Swinerton Walker, who is our subject matter expert on automation.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you very much. So again, I'm Peter Felice. I'm with Walker Consultants. We are the design firm along with Swinerton, who are part of the design build project. I am a consultant and project manager based in our San Francisco office, and I've been working on this project with the City of Fresno since the beginning. I'll be covering a very brief slide deck, and then we'll open it to questions, as Melissa said, that will cover the topics that you see on this slide. I want to define some terminology that I'll be referring to. We'll talk about what is called the gateless approach to parking garage automation. We'll contrast that to the gated approach, which is actually what your garages, or at least 4 of the 5, currently have, and talk a little bit about similarities and differences between the 2 approaches. And then lastly, I'll share with you the experiences that we heard from 3 municipalities who recently went through a transition from gated to gateless, or vice versa, from gateless to gated. That Melissa and I actually interviewed and got some input from to form part of the basis for this project. Next slide, please. So I will be using 4 abbreviations or acronyms as I go through the presentation. I wanted to briefly define those. The term PARCS refers to, or means, Parking Access and Revenue Control System. This is a automation solution that provides the ability to control access to a parking facility and to collect revenue for paid parking. The term LPR camera stands for a license plate recognition camera. This is a camera that's a special purpose device that detects and then interprets images of the license plate of vehicles It may be stationed in a fixed manner at a particular point, such as the entry lane of a garage, or it may be mobile on a parking enforcement vehicle. The city actually uses these today on street at the curbs. A POF stands for a pay on foot kiosk. This is a device that a parker approaches to make payment for parking in a parking facility. Some POFs accept cash or credit, others accept credit card only. And then lastly, the term PBC stands for pay by cell. So this refers to a mobile application or a mobile website, sort of a mobile-friendly website that enables a parker to use a mobile device to make payment for parking. Next slide, please. So first, let's look at the gated parks approach, what it looks like and how it operates. Again, for 4 of the 5 current Fresno garages, you have a gated system. The only exception is the Merced garage. So in a gated parks, the entry to and exit from a garage are controlled by barrier gates. You see a lane on the lower left that has a gate at the right side of the picture at the end of that lane. And this provides an access control method to come into or leave the garage. When parkers enter the garage, they either pull a ticket from an entry station. You see that also in the lower left picture. At the left side of the lower left picture, that's actually an exit station in this case. They pull the ticket, or they present an access credential like a proximity card to a reader. And that activates the gate and starts their parking session. Just before they exit, either at a POF, pay on foot machine, or pay by cell, the parker, or actually at the exit location, the parker pays for their parking. This is what is referred to as a post-pay model. That is, you don't pay when you arrive, you pay just before you leave. License plate recognition cameras, or LPR, can be used to provide some added value, such as expedited entry or exit from the garage if the plate is known and pre-registered in the system, but it's not mandatory to use license plate cameras with a gated system. The parking fee that the parker pays reflects the total duration from the entry time to the exit time, calculated against a certain rate table that the city sets. And so if you stay for 2 hours and 15 minutes, you will pay for 2 hours and 15 minutes, possibly rounded to the next half hour. But it's always a determinate period of time that's based on entry time and exit time. Because the system is gated, there's a very low risk of lost parking fee revenue. There's no real need for enforcement for lack of payment because you aren't going to be able to exit the garage until you pay. Next slide, please. A gateless parks, which is actually what you have today at Merced, and is an option that is being considered by the city's parking team. By contrast, has no barrier gates at entry or exit lanes. In the lower left, you see a garage in the city of San Mateo, California, and it's called the 3rd Street Garage. And you'll notice that that entry, that garage mouth that you enter through has no gates. You see parking spaces inside, you see no gates. So you will not see barrier gates in a gateless garage. The parkers, in contrast to the gated approach, are expected to pay on arrival or shortly after arrival for the expected duration that they will stay in the garage. So they will either use an application, PBC, or they will use a kiosk, a POF, to prepay as opposed to postpay. So the parking experience is, I'm coming to the garage, I believe I'm going to stay 2 hours. I'll pay for 2 hours. I might pay for a little extra, 2.5 hours. And I do that right after I arrive. These systems always have the ability to offer the parker the ability to extend the session. So for example, if a parker chooses to pay by cell application, those applications are usually set up to give the parker a notice about a half hour before the expiration of their session saying the end of your parking session is soon to occur. Do you wish to extend? Also, these systems, because they are gateless and they require enforcement, always require parkers to enter a license plate number along with payment. So when you go to a machine, a kiosk, or you use the application, you will enter your plate number along with that, and that plate number becomes associated with your paid parking session. As a result of being ungated, these systems require active enforcement in the garage by the parking department using a combination of mobile and fixed LPR. Mostly mobile, so it's more efficient to drive through the garage and check the payment status of the various plates of the vehicles that are parked. Also, as a result of it being ungated, there is a moderate risk of lost revenue from people who simply enter and choose not to pay. Strong enforcement, strong and frequent enforcement, and license plate-based enforcement reduces the risk of lost revenue. Next slide, please. Thank you. So to summarize the differences and the similarities, it's important to understand there are some elements that are the same for these two systems and some that are different. What's the same? In both cases, there has to be a payment method. That typically looks like a POF kiosk and or a pay-by-cell application. Both kinds of systems will still have a single administrator interface that's going to be used by the parking department to set rates, to monitor compliance, to do reports, and so forth. Both systems will require a high-speed networking connection in each parking facility to connect to the various pieces of equipment that are there. And both kinds of systems can support permit parkers, those who have purchased or are granted monthly or quarterly parking permit status. What's different is that gated, of course, requires additional entry and exit lane equipment, things to issue tickets, things to read credit cards, and the gates themselves. And it provides controlled access. Ungated allows what's referred to in the industry as frictionless access. So you don't have to stop when you enter. This can be important in very, very busy garages where you're trying to get people in and out as quickly as possible. As I mentioned earlier, gated is post-pay, ungated is prepay. Gated issues a ticket at entry. Ungated does not issue any ticket, but it requires the parker to pay when they are parked, once they are parked, and to use a license plate to make that payment. Gated systems don't require enforcement by parking department enforcement officers. Ungated definitely requires regular, strong enforcement via usage of license plate recognition equipped parking enforcement vehicles. Last slide, please. So my last topic is the experiences I mentioned from other cities. There are 3 cities that we interviewed, we being Melissa and I, back in November, or perhaps it was October. One is Oakland, California. The other is a city called by the name of Easton, Pennsylvania, and the third is Boulder, Colorado. The first and last of these cities converted from gated to gateless. The center city had a gateless, she had 2 gateless garages, and because of their experiences, chose to go back to gated operation. Oakland replaced a very old gated parks system of similar age to yours, possibly a little bit newer, but similar age. They felt that ungated would have lower equipment costs. They found that initially parkers were confused, and there was a lot of education required about the fact that you don't pay when you leave, you pay when you arrive. And of course, they needed to greatly increase enforcement and apply their enforcement officers to that and make sure they had adequate staff. We actually asked them if they had measured the impact of potentially lost revenue in a gateless environment. They had not done that yet, so there's no real conclusion in their case. Easton had an experience that primarily was driven by gateless causing people to enter and either not pay, and they had limited enforcement resources in their police department, so people would simply park, not pay. And then they also had an issue where people would come in to do, in their words, to use the garage as a hangout. And the example they gave was people who would drive in, go to the top deck, skateboard, sightsee, sunbathe, and that's really not legitimate parking activity. But there was nothing stopping them because there were no gates. So they found that it was not a good experience for them, and they actually converted back to gated. Lastly, Boulder, Colorado switched 5 garages to gateless, and they felt that gateless would have sort of lower support costs, and they did go through an extensive public education program They're a very progressive city in that they don't have any pay on foot machines and they don't accept cash for parking, which I think is a difference from what the parking group in Fresno has planned. So everyone must pay by credit card and by app. They also are very different in that the state of Colorado allows citations for lack of payment to be sent by mail. The state of California does not allow that. So I hope this information is helpful, and I'll turn it back to Melissa to field any questions. And I'll remain online as well for any questions.
Thank you. Go ahead. So council, I know, sorry to bore you with this, but as you can tell, if we switch to gateless, it's going to be a big change for our community. I see pros and cons with both. I wanted you to have this information. Obviously, if you have any comments or questions now, we would welcome them. If you want to provide that later, that's fine as well. But like I said, this kind of would be a big shift for our community and what they're used to. So with that, if any of you have any feedback, I would welcome it.
Thank you. First, I have up Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. I didn't hear anything in the presentation about the cost to implement each of these.
So they're relatively comparable. The initial cost for gated is a little bit more expensive with the initial equipment that needs to be installed. However, with the gateless, you're looking at having to hire more staffing, so you have like a longer term cost.
Staffing, what kind of positions?
Because if you go gateless, you have to make a commitment to enforcement. If you don't have the officers in there enforcing, essentially people are going to come in, park, and then leave without paying.
Code officers, parking officers.
So yes. So for parking enforcement officers, you'd have the long-term cost of the staffing.
Do we have that in the budget?
So on the capital cost, I'm going to ask this question first. We have how many parking officers now?
Currently, we have 20 parking enforcement officers.
So we do not have additional parking officers in the budget. So we would have to look at reprioritizing what they're doing now.
So I have 3 vacancies that I'm looking to fill.
Okay, so we have 17 filled out of the 20?
Well, I have 3 vacancies I'm filling, 1 vacancy I'm not filling. That's a lead parking enforcement officer, so I have 16. But essentially, these officers that I'm hiring would be designated to the downtown area.
3 of them?
Yes.
For how many garages?
For the 5 parking garages.
How would that work?
And it wouldn't just be the parking garages. They would also cover other areas of downtown with the parking meters. They cover the whole downtown area, not just the parking meters.
Do we have money to educate the public on how this is going to work?
We would utilize the parking enforcement officers as ambassadors for it and the rollout for it.
And I would think we'd have to do a lot more public education than that, and that would likely have to come from our communications side of the shop. I don't think there's anything built into the construction contract for that, so certainly the folks on the street with parking can help with putting down flyers if they're in garages, but as far as sort of like the proactive campaign, we'd have to do that in-house, and would probably prepare materials and then also ask for your offices to push them out to your lists as well.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to defer to administration on the final decision, but one option seems more likely than the other. So.
You're no help, council member. I know. Okay, thank you for the questions.
Quite a few more speakers. Next, we have the Council Vice President.
So we just want to follow up before we make a decision. I do want to follow through with Councilmember Maxwell's request, which is get us the numbers on both options, like what you anticipate is going to be the full cost. Secondly, we right now do gateless parking in the regional parks. And my understanding is if people park there and they go through the license plate reader, we just get a fee in the mail. We don't have actual parking enforcement on site, do we?
Yes, we do.
We do?
Yes.
And so based on that experience, what's been your takeaway from going from gate to gateless at the regional parks? Because that's a real experience for us recently. Did we increase revenue? What's been the outcome? You don't have to tell me now, but maybe you can
figure that out.
The
when you come
revenue does
back.
not come to me for the parks. That goes to parks.
Correct.
So I wouldn't have that information, but we could provide it to you.
But if you could just get us to us, I'd like to see, did revenue go up? Did it go down? That kind of stuff. I'm a fan of gateless, and here's why. One, it's going to reduce the lines going into the garages when we have these concerts and these peak activities. That traffic, when it backs up to the rest of the street, it's a disaster and becomes a safety and hazard issue. Two, the establishment of kiosk in the garage, I'm pretty confident that will lead to vandalism within a week. And then the kiosk will be done, and then you'll tell us that it's about 2 months to get a replacement part, to fix, and then we will lose parking revenue from kiosk. The kiosk that we have, like at the rapid bus stops, those are vandalized early on. It took us a while to kind of get those operational. But in that space, you had a human being being able to collect fees on the bus. So I know every fixed asset in the garage has been vandalized. EV charging stations weekly. So I anticipate the kiosk would also be vandalized. I don't want to end up being in that place where we don't have a kiosk for a few weeks and their things are on back order. Lastly, yes, it would require enforcement officers, but it also means that we would have human beings and eyes on the garage, walking in and around the garage, which has been one of the complaints from downtown businesses and users, is that the garages tend to be quite empty and not as safe. And the only people walking these garages at nighttime when there's a concert or an event is people who are vandalizing the cars. So it would put foot traffic in the garage. That would give us eyes on those cars too. So assuming the staffing and the money side makes sense for us, and we're collecting more revenue than it's costing us to collect, then I'd rather go with gateless so it can reduce traffic flow, backups. It would put eyes on the parking garages, and it would avoid us having to replace kiosks when they are vandalized, because I'm assuming they're probably going to be in the interior of the garage. They're probably going to be in some kind of, underneath some awning of some cement awning. All that stuff tends to be, vandalized in those garages.
Correct.
So I want to avoid the downtime that I anticipate. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Next, we have Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, I was going to heavily advocate for the gated, but you kind of turned me around. You made some really good points about having or continue to practice a gateless. I've used both quite frequently, and I've used the gated in other cities. I find it very convenient and easy. Obviously, I'm used to doing the gateless here, going in and out of our structures. Yeah, it's hard to say if I have a preference. If we could make it work, I do like the idea of moving to gated. If we can make it work, but I again, to the Councilman Barris's point, Council Vice President's point, we may have some issues with just the equipment. It seems to be the nature of things as it goes. But I don't have a super strong opinion one way or the other. But if we could make it work, gated would be preferable, I think. And actually, just with respect to, if we had gated and that required less personnel to be utilized, are there any kind of staffing or attrition issues that we tend to have in the parking division for enforcement?
Parking enforcement does tend to have like a higher turnover rate, simply because people get their foot in the door, get the experience, and then move on to a higher paying job in the city. Okay.
So, this could help. If we didn't have personnel there, it could minimize, the amount of personnel that is needed. One less place for us to have people, but okay. Thank you.
City Manager.
I forgot to ask you guys this. Can we make the decision by garage, or do they have to be, everything has to be gated, or everything has to be gateless?
We can do whatever
Because
we
I'm
want.
thinking, for instance, for like the convention center garage, where we have huge events and a lot of people going in at one time and out, would it, I'm just talking out loud. So I didn't know if we had to go all or one. So that's,
Yes.
okay, so good to know.
Essentially, that's what we have now. Merced Street Garage
True.
is a gateless garage, and the rest
True.
of them are gated.
True. And then just from a financial perspective, just so you know, absent the staffing for enforcement, from the capital perspective, either option is within the budget. They're a couple $100,000 apart, but either option is within the project budget.
Is that true for the software and the contracts and all the stuff to get them repaired, all those additional costs?
Initial construction.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
no.
think that other information would be helpful.
Correct. Ongoing, so we need to think about
Yes.
ongoing maintenance.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have no one else punched up, so we're just going to move on at this point.
Just thought of this. Does all this assume increase in parking rates to be able to pay for it?
No.
Are you planning to bring parking rate adjustments this upcoming year?
We're currently in the middle of a master fee schedule study.
When is that going to be completed, and when do you anticipate asking us to raise them?
This summer.
This summer, prior to budget adoption?
So, Councilmember, we are in the middle of our really stripping down all of our fees, development fees as well as parking fees. We're validating those. If I can get them prior to budget, I will do that. But right now, we're making sure that we're doing, especially on the development side, a new model of how we're calculating fees. Because we purchased the actual model, which is awesome. On the parking side, we'll need to work with the city manager to ensure that our parking rates are consistent with our competitors, as well as covering costs. They're never going to fully cover costs.
My last question is this around fees. When we adjust the parking fees in the master fee schedule, does that trigger the agreements that we have with these promoters who then get to upcharge parking when they have a concert downtown? Or are those all separately negotiated and we have to revisit those?
Those are all separately negotiated as part of.
So I'd like to see those because we've been robbed every time there's a concert there. They're making a killing, but it's not coming back to maintain the garage. So I'd like to see those as we go looking for money during this budget process.
Okay. With that, we're going to move on. Thank you very much, staff. Lastly, we have closed session. We're going to now move into that portion, and we've already taken public comment on closed session items. And City Attorney, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Today in closed session, we have item A, conference with labor negotiators, all units listed on the agenda. Item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Park 7 LLC and Land Value Management LLC versus City of Fresno. Item C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Grossman versus City of Fresno. Item D, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, South Fresno Community Alliance versus City of Fresno. Item E, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Fresno versus Fresno Building Healthy Communities and Fresno Building Healthy Communities versus City of Fresno. Item F, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Rodriguez versus City of Fresno. Item G, public employee performance evaluation, City Attorney. We do not anticipate any items to be reported back out after closed session.